Okay, how's everyone doing today? Wasn't able to stream on Saturday like I wanted to because some stuff had came up. So, a little bit unfortunate. I was really looking forward to having some fun. Um yeah, it's not too terribly much to cover. Like we do have the that huge snowstorm that had happened. Uh and the recent Paris shooting and stuff, and then like just some other miscellaneous stuff that we'll get to eventually as well, like end of year stuff and all that, and then we'll actually have some fun for once instead of having to deal with some very heavy-handed shit. So that's always nice. So I'm looking forward to that. Um and yeah, we'll just hop right into it, I guess. So, for those who do not know, we there was a gigantic blizzard or a snowstorm that had happened over the course of the holiday season. That in Boston alone, I believe it was, had killed what was it, like 50 people or something like that. Um, there was also like it also affected like places in Ontario as well and BC and other parts of the US. It was really crazy. Uh, so yeah, let's just
We are
hop
continuing
into it.
to track the fallout from last week's fierce winter storm. People all across the country found themselves stranded, upending their holiday plans. Many others wound up in the dark, losing power for long stretches. But for tens of thousands of Quebecers, that story is not over. They are still waiting to get reconnected to the grid.
We are working really hard to restore the vast majority of the people by the end of the day, Wednesday. Nobody will be forgotten. We will have no surrender and no peace.
I mean, like with storms like this, like more and more happening more and more often, it's exposed a gigantic problem within our system for how we're doing the uh the distribution of power, like and energy, right? Because it's like complete dog shit, and I think it needs to be completely revamped compared to what it is now. Like otherwise, it's not going to really solve anything if we don't like actually do something about it, right? Um, but yeah, it's definitely a way to go about things.
Until everybody is connected back.
Hydro-Quebec says it can't give a timeline for all customers because of trees and other objects, keeping crews from accessing already difficult-to-reach areas. The company says it's using about 1,200.
And like this is just like another reason to like invest into like better forms of energy, right? And like, if people want to do their own like form of energy, having them keep like having like allowing them to, just put solar panels on their houses and stuff, right? There's a lot that we can do, but I honestly don't think that we will do it.
hydro crews from across the province and 10 helicopters to clear paths and complete repair work. And thousands are still without power in and around the town of Fort Erie, Ontario.
And like the one thing that I love about this storm is how we have a bunch of idiots being like, "Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I haven't gotten any snow in my area." Despite the fact that, those that were actually hit are suffering incredibly because it wasn't just like snow, it was also like freezing rain as well. Like I saw some videos online and everything like that, and it's just um like personally, like I found it funny because it was like people that don't really know how to walk on like ice and stuff like that, and like falling down. But it's still like a serious thing because like in places in places in Ontario, you had like a good like half a meter of like snow and ice and sleet over top of like everything, including their houses, making it incredibly difficult for them to get out of their houses, right?
Fort Erie's mayor says about 4,300 customers are still in the dark, with no timeline for electricity to be fully restored. Fallen trees and broken telephone poles are proving to be a major challenge for repair crews. Some of them have come as far as Sudbury to help. The Niagara region declared a state of emergency on Saturday because of the winter storm conditions. And crews in BC are making progress restoring power after the winter wallop on the west coast. The latest numbers from BC Hydro say about 2,500 customers are still without electricity. That is down considerably from the height of...
I believe all these people now have power restored and everything. So, is this most of this was popping off like a couple days ago.
The storm. Right now, the most affected areas are in the Lower Mainland and on Vancouver Island. For more on the power outages affecting parts of Ontario, we've reached Tiziana Bechega Rosa. She is a spokesperson for Hydro One and joins me from Mississauga, Ontario. Thank you for joining us this morning. Can you tell us, first of all, how many people are still without power this morning?
Absolutely, and thank you, Anita. We're entering day 5 of restoration with about 11,800 customers that remain without power in the hardest hit areas.
Which areas are experiencing these power outages?
So right now, it's largely concentrated in central Ontario between Bracebridge, Huntsville, Parry Sound, and we do still have about 1,000 customers out in Bancroft. What we saw in these
Damn,
areas,
bro, looks like you could go boating in that. Like, what? That's crazy.
was a lot of snowfall continuing over the past couple of days, and it's really hindered crews' efforts to be able to access the roads that they need to get on. So they're using really creative means such as snowmobiles and snowshoes for the last 2 days, trying to get in there and reach customers as best as they can.
What an ordeal,
Jeez,
Tiziana. How
that's crazy. Like that was insane.
long is Hydro One expecting before power is restored to these customers?
Well, here's the great news. We are in the final stretch. We have every available resource out there, and that includes our contractors and utility partners. Everyone's out who could lend a hand, and they've all descended into these areas bright and early this morning for another full day of restoration. So our hope is to have the bulk of these customers restored by end of day today. And barring additional snow or any unforeseen circumstances, that's the goal and that's our hope. I will caveat that by saying that conditions have also prevented us from getting helicopters and boats into the water, which are the means we use to reach seasonal properties mostly, but that are on islands and water access only. So we still will need to reach those customers in the coming days.
You mentioned some of the challenges facing crews right now, but what other challenges are they facing to reconnect power 2 people experiencing outages.
Like, it's not even like just the fact on like how much snow and like sleet there was, right? It's also the fact that like it was extremely cold over this period of time as well. Like some places were like what, like minus 45 to minus 50. Like that's crazy cold. It's like Winnipeg levels of cold, man.
You know, I've heard stories from, in along the southwest shoreline where crews were chipping away ice off of the equipment in order to even make the repairs they needed to yesterday. So I think we've all seen these incredible images from different parts of Ontario where the circumstances were just so extreme, whether it was the snow blocking roads. We've seen pictures of vehicles, like even our own, that were stranded and just covered in feet and feet of snow, or this type of buildup on our own equipment that is taking time for them to literally chip away at. Otherwise, it's traditionally what you expect with these high winds, which is broken poles and trees down on lines. So it's a lot of that type of cleanup work that they're working on.
And Tiziana, of course, we are in December, at the end of December now, but what can people without power do to stay warm, with these below freezing temperatures outside?
That's a great question, and one that I think challenges everyone at this point. Aside from blankets and staying warm, this has really been about being able to do what is right for you and your family. Since the start of the storm, we knew this was going to be a several-day event in terms of getting everyone back on. So where possible, we've encouraged customers to make alternate arrangements. And otherwise, just stay safe and ensure that if you are cooking with a barbecue, please, you're doing it outside in a well-ventilated area. Same with using a generator. I think I haven't heard many of the unfortunate deaths that have happened in other parts where this storm affected people. So, we want to ensure everyone's remaining safe as we get through this last bit.
All right, Tiziana, thank you so much for joining us this morning to talk about this and all the best moving forward.
That's really loud.
Good evening and thank you for joining us. Alberta is known for fast-moving weather systems, and 2022 packed a record punch. I'm Global News Chief Calgary Meteorologist Tiffany Lizet, and joining me from Edmonton is Chief Meteorologist Jesse Beyer.
Thanks, Tiffany. Tonight, we're taking a look back at a year that made weather history in our province, bringing you into the middle of the action and entering the aftermath of Alberta's biggest weather headlines.
Yeah, like this is some of the stuff that was popping off. Like it was crazy.
This year, Alberta was rocked by a once-in-a-lifetime hailstorm. Falling chunks of ice hammered central Alberta, leaving a path of destruction not seen since the 1970s, ending with Canada marking a new hailstone milestone. We'll tell you just how huge it was.
And homes were left severely damaged when a vicious storm ripped across southern Alberta. The weather pattern whipped itself into a tornado that crushed parts of Cypress County.
Oh my.
Northern Alberta communities were rattled to the core by earthquakes. A 2022 quake.
Oh no, this is that was different. I thought that was popping off like this year. Or just barely. I guess this is, what is this? Alberta's year in weather. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, like Alberta did have some crazy weather for this year for sure.
Cracked the record for the biggest seismic shocker ever experienced in our province.
And southern Alberta was slammed by snow with little notice. Hundreds of trees in Calgary alone unable to support the weight of heavy wet snow, resulting in downed trees and busted branches. Not to mention quite the cleanup for everybody socked in. Tonight, we'll recap all of those massive Alberta weather events. But Jesse, let's start with the season everybody can't get enough of.
Summer. It was a hot one across our province. In fact, Calgary was under a heat.
I mean, summer just in general this year across Canada really sucked. It was incredibly hot. It was just crazy hot though.
Warning for a total of 28 days between the beginning of June to the end of August.
This past summer was Calgary's 4th hottest summer ever recorded. So what year sits in first place? Well, you don't have to look back too far. The summer of 2021 was the hottest summer ever in Calgary. And according to experts, climate change means
really?
we could expect hotter summers.
It's unlikely that we're going to continue to see every summer be right near the top for the hottest on record. But, you know, we are experiencing global warming, and as our climate changes,
It's not real, brother.
To see these hotter than normal summers.
I don't know what you're talking
occurring
about.
frequently, and we're expecting us to see more and more hot days.
The dry and hot summer seemed never ending for Alberta. In fact, the warmest highs seen all year occurred on September 3rd, when Calgary hit 33 degrees and Edmonton topped out at nearly 34 degrees. The heat was far from over as Edmontonians lumbered through the hottest October in over 140 years of record keeping, beating the next hottest October's mean temperature by nearly a full degree.
It wasn't just Edmonton and Calgary that had hotter than seasonal weather. Fort McMurray and Banff both had their second warmest Octobers on record, while Banff saw their third warmest since records began.
If you have the luxury of air conditioning in your homes and businesses, then the stretch of hot weather may be enjoyable for you. But for those who aren't as lucky, including our vulnerable population, extreme temperatures come with serious consequences.
For sure.
Heat waves can become deadly, according to Public Safety Canada. Heat dominates the list of top weather fatalities in our country. Last summer, the heat dome we experienced across Western Canada resulted in over 600 deaths in BC alone.
And of course, the scorching summer didn't come without some serious setbacks. Alberta suffered from the impacts of drought and wildfires.
One of Alberta's most popular destinations faced intense challenges when a wildfire in Jasper National Park knocked out power and forced road closures.
Nicole Stilger was there in September as the Chetamon wildfire advanced on the town site.
The Chetamon wildfire now spans 5,800 hectares, and despite heavier winds and warm temperatures this weekend, there was little growth over the last 24 hours.
Like, I don't know how motherfuckers look at, you know, the last couple years with the amount or the increase in like natural disasters and the increasing temperature in the summer and the decreasing temperature in the winter, and be like, no, this is perfectly normal. It's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it. Like, come on, bro. It's time to get out of your little bubble. Like, it sucks. Like, no one wants to live in the no one wants to work in extremely hot or extremely cold conditions. So, like, come on, bro.
Cautiously optimistic because it was quite windy yesterday, and we were able to hold things.
Additional fire crews were focused on holding the north end of the wildfire, which saw the most intense behavior Saturday. At the south end, there were noticeable torching trees, but protection lines held.
A lot of bucketing support and a lot of ground crews directly suppressing the fire.
126 firefighters and 8 helicopters are part of this battle. Landon Shepherd says they'll feel more confident once they get through these challenging conditions.
We'll be able to look forward to the fall temperatures starting to provide more overnight cooling and self-extinguishment of the fire.
Throughout the last week, the wildfire has caused intermittent power outages for the town of Jasper. There was another brief outage overnight. 7 generators are providing backup energy, and ATCO says 90% of the town has power.
Our priority will continue to be providing power to those critical and residential customers, and then we will slowly connect the remainder of town as we're able to and monitor the stability of that system.
Intermittent outages will continue so long as we remain connected to generator power, which ATCO has indicated will be for the next few weeks.
Campgrounds will stay closed at least another 2 weeks, and as long as the power supply remains unstable, residents are being asked to conserve and visitors to stay away. As for the wildfire, Shepherd says at this point they're hopeful it will continue to hold.
The question is, when is Mother Nature going to provide sufficient moisture in the form of rain or snow to fully put it out?
Nicole Stilger, Global News.
I mean,
The summer's
it's
hot,
going
dry weather
to
this year
not
hampered
matter.
the harvest season for some farmers in our province.
In an August without much rain, there was more growing concerns than growing crops.
And like, all things considered, it was a fairly dry summer, which is fairly surprising, all things considered, due to the fact that you know, generally it tends to be a little bit more rainy, but it was very, very hot and very, very dry. And yeah, it's shaping up to be an incredibly cold winter as well.
Jill Croteau with that story.
We need inches of rain.
The pasture is so parched in parts of the province, ranchers and farmers say it would take a miracle from Mother Nature for some of their acres to recover.
If you don't have nerves of steel, don't go into farming. Luckily for us, I have 3 businesses off the farm, and my wife is full-time.
Oh, come on, bro.
But if I depended on this as an income, you couldn't make it at all.
I mean, this guy is like one of the guys who actually, you know, owns a shit ton and got like incredibly lucky. But generally speaking, this is not how most farmers live and operate. Like, they live and operate by like the nickel and dime that is the insane insane Canadian farming system, and tend to get fucked over a lot by it, and like don't get to reap the rewards of their labor, because most of it they have to sell like under market value, just so some fucking companies can make more money off of it. Like, it's, and understandably farmers have not been too happy about that, right? Like, who would?
Their cows and calves on this ranch near Black Diamond have nothing to feed on and may not survive.
We're now having to look at, okay, now you just have to, you know, cull the crop and take them to the auction and kill them off, because there's such a drought here that no other farmers are going to the auction to buy my cows. I have to choose to take my cattle to auction early and sell them at a loss or lower price, or pay for more feed and then still lose money.
Leroy Newman grows wheat, barley, canola, and peas near Blackie.
Crops were hurting from it. So this year we're probably going to have an average crop, but it was going to be a bumper crop because we had 7 inches rain in June, and then it shut right off in July, and we got 1.5 inches.
The unpredictability and reliance on rain is draining.
It adds a lot of stress to you, and you learn to grow with it. Like, this is farming. A lot of people are in hard times right now mentally, because some of the guys in Eastern Alberta,
Not just mentally, like physically, economically, like they're facing the same kind of conditions that other workers are facing. Like, it's ridiculous on like how unfairly that they're treated by the fucking companies that they have to sell their product to, right?
Alberta they're in their 3rd year of a drought, and this year was looking encouraging, but there's such a deficit of moisture in the soil that we have nothing to rely on for any dry spells.
And he says he's running the combines off their regular schedule because in these heat waves, there's a higher risk of sparks from equipment triggering a fire in the tinder-dry fields. Jill Croteau, Global News.
Stick around after the break. We'll look at the aftermath of a southern Alberta tornado.
I don't know how they walked out of it.
The twister that took a community off guard.
I'm kind of surprised that they're not talking about like other ridiculous storms that and events that happened throughout the country, because other parts of the country face really, really bad storms and shit.
And the hailstone from hell. Central Alberta.
Damn, bro. That window stood no chance. Like, what? That's crazy.
Pelted with a barrage of falling ice that set a new national record. Welcome back to our top Alberta weather stories of 2022 special. The two biggest stories of the year came with catastrophic consequences: a devastating tornado that touched down and a historic hailstone.
In early August, hail hit central Alberta harder than ever before. A record-breaking chunk of ice was recovered by researchers with the Northern Hail Project. The 293-gram stone landing just outside Markerville was the biggest ever recorded.
The grapefruit-sized hailstone beat out the previous record, which was a hailstone that fell in southeast Saskatchewan in 1973. Jamie Dahl reminds us of just how damaging and dangerous that hailstorm was.
Cracked and toppled trees here in Innisfail down by that fierce storm that blew through this region on Monday night. Some fell on power lines, causing outages. But the real nightmare was just north of here on the QE2 highway, where hail the size of baseballs pummeled vehicles to the point they were no longer drivable, terrifying the people trapped inside.
Damn, bro. That window stands no chance at all. Like, come on.
Terror on the side of a busy Alberta highway.
It just started drilling us. Like, our back window got blown out right off the bat. All of a sudden, you just start seeing one by one windows left and right getting blown out. It's horrifying.
Three friends heading home to Edmonton after a weekend at a Calgary Music Festival, doing everything they can to take cover from the punishing and unrelenting hail being pitched out of the sky right through their car windows. Now wondering if they'll ever actually make it home.
There came a point where even I gave my parents a phone call like, hey, I love you guys.
Like that would be incredibly scary to deal with, right? Like, no shot that people would be okay with that and think that, yeah, this is fine, right?
Don't know what's about to happen, but just want you guys to know that I love you.
I've never seen anything like it before.
The supercell storm spawning hail as big as...
Yo, what? That's crazy. That's crazy, bro. How... I am left speechless. Like, geez. That is insane. I've never seen hail do that to a car before.
10 centimeters in some places. That's larger than a softball. While no tornadoes touched down, it left drivers on the QE2 battered and bruised and stranded.
There was a number of people who were quite traumatized and shocked. Some of the vehicles, airbags deployed during the storm, even though they were pulled over.
Where is it? Like, damn, bro, it's leaving dents in the windshield. Like, that's insane, right?
Quite traumatized and shocked. Some of the vehicles, airbags even deployed during the storm, even though they were pulled over and stopped. We did take some people directly to the hospital from scene who suspected that they had glass fragments in their eyes.
Well, I mean, when it's like, you know, having or denting the windshield and going in like a good 10 centimeters, yeah, no, people are going to have like glass shards in like their eyes and body, right?
Was for about 20 to 25 minutes or so.
Chris Malone was working in the field when the first round of weather hit, and it hit everything hard.
All of our vehicles are...
Damn, bro. It looks like someone was throwing rocks at his truck.
Very sad state of repair.
Or was shooting at his truck.
Damage,
Jeez.
A lot of body damage to everything in the yard.
Gibran Marquez says he has a concussion and his friend a possible broken rib. Safe now, he's reflecting on the wrath of the unbelievable weather he luckily walked away from.
Jamie Dahl, Global News, Innisfail.
On July 18th, the storm struck southern Alberta's Cypress County.
Like, I'm just kind of curious to see what the hell happened, like, throughout the other provinces. Like, I don't tend to pay too much attention to the weather unless it's like something major, like say a hurricane or something like that, or if it's like unless it's like local weather and weather that I'm going to be going to places I'm going to be going to, right? But that's wild. I'm honestly kind of surprised we didn't cover that. Or cover any of this.
Confirmed an EF2 tornado with 190 km/h wind speeds touched down, leaving a swath of destruction.
Our Dallas Flex Hog was there as people were picking up the pieces.
A view from above shows just how powerful the storm was, taking out over half a dozen homes and damaging several others in its path. On the ground, reports of several near misses that were too close for comfort.
Damn, bro.
Crash, looked behind me, and there was this tree branch.
Impaled his house and went down two stories. Like, what?
That was sticking through my roof. What do you think? You think, hopefully I make it through this. That's all.
So were 6 construction workers who tried to take shelter in this trailer when the storm had its way with it.
The trailer is a mess. I don't know how they walked out of it. It's absolutely insane.
The powerful, fast-moving storm carried 140 km/h winds in some parts, strong enough to wrap this trampoline around a light pole, snap trees, knock power
crazy.
out to thousands, and completely destroy this car workshop and the antique cars that were housed in it.
It was a building, yes, and now it's a pile of cars.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Only on TV from the disasters down the States.
Cypress County Emergency Management says it is still...
I mean, don't count us out, brother. Like, this can happen like almost anywhere, especially with the changing in the climate, right?
Still in recovery mode, working to map the area and determine how many homes were impacted and how much damage was done.
It is absolutely a tremendous loss, and it's a shock. We can rebuild, but we can't replace a person. So it is devastating, but we have to...
Well, yeah, you can replace all that shit and everything, but like capitalists would be like, oh, don't worry, it's just one measly person like Harris, which is psychotic, right?
We sometimes have to count our blessings too.
Cypress County has teamed up with the Red Cross, offering accommodations to those who can't go home. And while the cleanup begins and continues, people here say they are going to get through this as a community. Dallas Flex Hog, Global News.
That tornado in Cypress County was one of 8 touchdowns that we had this past season. The 30-year normal for Alberta is 15 tornadoes each year.
Wait, really?
So this was a slow season for us, but last year was even slower.
No shot.
With only 3 confirmed tornadoes.
No shot.
Time now for something that doesn't quite make it into our Doppler radars, but it certainly shows the wrath of Mother Nature. Some scary moments caught on camera in northern Alberta just last month.
Earthquake?
Our province was rocked by three earthquakes in late November, including the largest in Alberta history. The biggest one reaching 5.6 on the Richter scale.
That's
just
wild.
East of Peace River. Video sent into Global News shows how homes and people were left shaken. Some viewers say the quakes came with the sound of a freight train.
That happens.
Thankfully, there were no injuries to anyone living close to the epicenter. After the break, we return to the brighter side of Alberta's weather. That was.
What bright weather does Alberta have to look for, like after this, right? Like no shot. Like you could tell me it was like, I don't know, like raining money from the sky, and I don't really think that would be, you know, great compare. It like would offset like all this, right?
Teeing off a month longer than usual, the warm summer weather was welcome news all October long.
I mean, who fucking cares,
Jesse and I are
right?
gonna nerd out a little bit, breaking down some technical terms behind Alberta's major shifts in weather.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on to more of the storm that had happened over the holiday season.
On what should be a Merry Christmas Eve, millions of Americans are still struggling to get to their loved ones.
Yeah, like airlines canceled like so many flights, right? Due to the storm. Like I believe it was like mostly like the Midwest and like areas like New York and stuff like that.
Airlines continue to cancel flights as blizzard conditions, high winds, and bitter cold temperatures make their final pass through the U.S.
It's been canceled, delayed, moved to another flight, going to a different airline. Now I'm just like, will someone please get me there?
Over 15,000 flights were either canceled or delayed on Friday, and cancellations continued into Saturday. Even travelers leaving sunny Los Angeles couldn't get out because so few planes could make it in from other parts of the country.
I thought I was safe. I'm in California and I'm headed to Hawaii.
As the bomb
That's where you're wrong.
East, whiteout conditions closed highways and roads. A 50-car pileup led to at least 4 deaths on the Ohio Turnpike.
That's crazy. 50 cars, bro. Like that's something you hear in movies. Like what?
Reminder of what can happen when you get behind the wheel and try to drive in bad weather.
I mean, like, to be fair, like stuff like that doesn't really happen too often here, like pileups in general. But like I swear to God, like whenever there's a little bit of snow on the ground, everyone forgets how to drive. And I know I should probably shouldn't be proud of this, but you know, I drive with like either all seasons or summer tires year round, and I don't really have too many problems with driving during the winter time, even when it's like a sheet of ice on the roads, or like, you know, incredibly poor visibility and everything. And then like I see people with like their studded winter tires and their pickup trucks and everything somehow end up in the ditch, and then my dinky little car with non-winter tires just completely bypasses them. It's just like, how do you manage that, my guy?
Weather conditions.
High winds and Arctic cold air have knocked out power to almost...
I mean, like for the most part, this is just a standard like prairie winter, though. Other people are getting a little bit of a taste of what we get.
2 million Americans. Low temperature records are being shattered as far south as Florida and Texas.
It's cold out here today.
Thousands of homes in the Dallas and Houston areas are without heat and electricity as the state's...
I mean, to be fair, though, like Texas, like that's unsurprising, because considering that they privatized their entire system for hydro and like electricity and everything, right? So that's not surprising at all. Is like, you know, it's it's not surprising. They had problems last month with that as well.
Power grid struggles again.
I felt like we were in the freezer. It was really, really cold. You could see our breath when we talked.
And like the thing is that like those people should not have to put up with that, right? And like when it came down to it, they completely diverted power from people who were like freezing and dying from like snow that they weren't, like snow and cold that they're not used to. Like they diverted power to like all the fucking rich businesses and everything, right?
Are getting frozen out on their Christmas celebrations. With so many cancellations and rebookings, flights through Monday are booked solid. Frustrated ticket agents have been unable to help frustrated travelers find alternative flights.
I was in this line for like 2 hours, and I still wasn't able to even make it to the kiosk, so I'm just calling it.
The wicked weather Grinch has stolen Christmas this year for many Americans in this once-in-a-generation storm. Jennifer Johnson, Global News, Washington.
Like it's so funny that, you know, this once-in-a-generation weather event happens and everyone's like, oh no, it's fine, don't worry about it, it's nothing, despite the fact that we're seeing once in a generation or once in a millennium storms like almost every single year now, right? Like it's ridiculous.
Across the country as a whole, I would say the worst conditions are occurring right now. Both systems, the one on the west coast and this monster here in Ontario and Quebec, will be...
Yeah, this part in Ontario, like over here by like Niagara Falls and everything like that, had it really bad. Like Niagara Falls essentially like froze over, which is insane.
In weakening come tomorrow. In between, that frigid Arctic air also starting to moderate, and it'll become well above average through the prairies into early next week. But we have a ways to go, and this spin,
damn bro, I'm not
right
looking
here,
forward to more
cyclone
fucking
that's
snow.
now pushed into Quebec. We've got rain for much of the Maritimes, some snow to the north, blizzard conditions, and 100 km/h winds back on the other side of this low, and that's going to continue even into Saturday around the Great Lakes. Blizzard warnings in place here for your...
Yeah, I'm still surprised that like Niagara Falls pretty much froze over, which is insane.
What meteorologists call a bomb cyclone are creating pre-Christmas travel chaos from Texas to the U.S.-Canadian border. Thousands of flights have been canceled. Chicago and Denver, two of the largest travel hubs, are among the hardest hit airports stranding and rerouting passengers.
There's literally just people sleeping in our terminal all over the place.
I have this insane itinerary now. It's been a little nerve-wracking.
Nerves are also frayed for those on trains, highways, and roads. Amtrak has canceled service on more than 20 routes, most in the Midwest. Near zero visibility has shut down highways between Colorado and Wyoming. Even cities in the South like Nashville, Tennessee, and Jackson, Mississippi have been crippled by snow. Seasoned winter drivers are taking no chances.
Like even in the areas that have been plowed really well,
like here's the thing, right? Even like for me, who has like a decent amount of experience with ridiculous weather or winter weather conditions, when it comes to like travel, right? Even I probably wouldn't go out in this, because it just wouldn't make sense for me to do so. Like even if it's like, even if I was working somewhere like outside of town, right? Like there'd be no point in me doing so. I'm not fucking risking my life to do so. And like, if they wanted me to come in and all that, I'd say fuck off. I'm not doing that.
you get above 40 miles an hour, you start sliding around.
But it's the record cold temperatures that have officials most concerned. Denver's International Airport saw a 37-degree drop in temperature in 1 hour, the biggest ever recorded.
I think our plans are ruined.
Parts of Wyoming could hit minus 56 degrees. Frigid temperatures in Texas have already caused power outages, leaving some residents in the cold and dark. The governor promises the power grid will hold up after it crashed last winter, resulting in at least 250 deaths.
Yeah, totally. They said that last time, But guess what they didn't end up doing? Exactly that.
I have a fireplace because otherwise I'd be freezing right now.
Georgia has declared a state of emergency. Atlanta is expected to record its coldest Christmas Eve on record. In cities across the country, homeless shelters are packed. Governors are begging residents to stay home.
Stay inside. Stay off the roads. The last second shopping is not worth it if it would cost you your life.
But millions of Americans are still traveling, trying desperately to get to their loved ones. The joy of Christmas looking more like a nightmare.
I was freaked out because I've never been in like a blizzard or like snow or any weather like that before.
44 of America's 48 lower states are under some kind of winter, wind chill, freeze, or high wind alert. A brutal, not so very Merry Christmas weekend for millions.
Yeah, it's crazy.
There's
it was
a
crazy,
lot of flights that have
man.
been canceled, nearly 250 at least by WestJet, and those are flights going in and out of Toronto, Vancouver, Abbotsford, of course, London, Waterloo, Montreal, Ottawa. So a lot of major airports are actually being affected by this storm. Now, we did have a chance to speak to a couple passengers, telling us they've been waiting days, even because they were actually foreseeing this being an issue, and they're still having trouble connecting flights and getting to their final destination. So no doubt it's going to be a big trip for anybody that chooses to fly out anywhere this weekend. I actually am joined by Tori Gass with the Toronto International Airport to kind of ask about this situation. So Tori, tell me, what are you dealing with right now?
Well, so far our morning operation has been going pretty well, and that's what we had been hoping for yesterday with the weather was just going to be rain right now, and that has come through. So we're very thankful for that we can get a lot of people off the ground today. We've seen cancellations even starting earlier this week because of the weather that was in Vancouver. That's still having an impact. The airlines are still recovering from that. And then starting yesterday, the weather system that's almost here, it's hit the States, it hit the US, and included some really big airports like O'Hare and Chicago. And so that's really had an impact here. We've seen cancellation on our boards. Those cancellations are actually because of the weather that's there, so it hasn't started here yet. So that's what we're looking at so far right now.
Now, of course, as we say, we're still waiting to find out about that storm. Now, can you tell me, Air Canada, I know they haven't actually come out with an official cancellation like WestJet. I know that you're not with Air Canada, of course, but what reasoning do you think that is, that they would not cancel flights like WestJet did so proactively?
So I think what's happening is the airlines are recovering, and WestJet is having to recover their service. So they were hit pretty bad with their Western service that they have out there. Air Canada.
Yeah, like I think for the most part, like every single flight was grounded, right? Like it's not surprising to me in the slightest.
Just been able to, I guess, recover a little bit faster. But we can say that we can expect more impacts to be coming here this afternoon. So we know the weather is going to change. We're expecting snow to come this way. So while they're still dealing with Vancouver impacts, we're now going to start seeing it here. So we really do need passengers to be looking at no matter who they're flying with today. So if it's Air Canada, WestJet, Transat, anybody, check your status of your flight before you come to the airport. So we just want to make sure that people aren't coming here and then finding out the flight's been canceled or it's delayed significantly. We really want them to be coming here at the right time, which is 3 hours ahead for an international.
They essentially don't want like a significant amount of people in the terminals that they have to take care of.
Or U.S. flight and 2 hours for a domestic, but really check the status of your flight all day long.
As you said, this is very fluid. This could change in the next 3 hours depending on how bad the storm is and how it's impacting the U.S. So something we're going to have to pay attention to.
Absolutely. Definitely we'll be watching.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, it is winter, so cold weather is not news, but the extent of this Arctic blast, what is being described in the U.S. as a bomb cyclone, is exceptional. Global News meteorologist Anthony Farnell puts this whole thing into perspective for us. Anthony.
Well, Donna, when you hear terms like that, meteorologists are referring to the intense.
Reminds me of a meteorologist I found on TikTok. Like, not this guy, but like it reminds me of just like meteorologist reminds me of this one meteorologist I found on TikTok that will like rant that will say things in when he's covering like the weather and stuff for people that suggest stuff on his stuff. It's really funny. I'm like, the way he does it is just so clever, man.
intensification process of this storm. Right now, not a lot to it. The surface pressures are pretty high, but by tomorrow, it will undergo bombogenesis. It'll become a bomb cyclone, deepening very quickly, bringing in moisture from the Atlantic. Our water vapor imagery shows the depth of this trough all the way down basically to the Gulf Coast, and then bringing everything back up north towards the Great Lakes. There are warnings all over the place, every Canadian province, most of the U.S. as well. Wind chill warnings all the way down to the Gulf of Mexico because of the Arctic air. It's been around for quite a while in the prairies.
It was only 21. It actually felt really nice, not gonna lie. I thought for sure it was gonna be a lot colder than that. Like, I was out in like a sweater, I believe, right?
Unusual the further south you go. -8 still in Vancouver, waiting for another snowstorm potentially tomorrow.
Oh, -8 is so nice, man.
At times, and then this storm moves through the Great Lakes, blizzard conditions, the winds even into Atlantic Canada, 90 to 100 kilometers per hour. Nobody is spared from the extreme weather over the course of the next couple of days. The good news, Donna, it calms down and it warms up as we move towards the new year.
Has been getting warmer for sure.
Vancouver's International Airport has temporarily suspended all arriving flights, with the snow leading to plenty of flight cancellations and delays overnight. It's been a hectic 24 hours at the airport. This is a look at just one of the lineups. The airport says the numerous delays and cancellations have led to congestion on the airfield, with multiple aircrafts holding at gates. It says it is working with its partners to get passengers out of the plane safely and get them their luggage. Monday was YVR's busiest day of the year so far, with about 70,000 passengers making their way through the airport. But for many, it was a stressful experience.
How long have you been waiting then? Is that 12 hours?
12 hours.
More than 12 hours?
Yes.
You were probably here before the 7 o'clock.
Yes, of course.
I think originally it was supposed to be at 7 a.m. today. Now it's about past 8, but who knows? Honestly, it might get canceled, right? 12 hours, it's not so bad.
Because we want to go home for Christmas. Yeah. See the family.
We're on a deadline here.
Yeah, we're on a deadline. And it's just looking more unlikely as time goes on.
YVR is encouraging passengers to check with their airline for the status of their flight. And if it's been canceled, they're asked to avoid the airport.
Down from any of the WestJet canceled flights. Right now, we are currently working on getting your bags to the carousel. So please stand by. Unfortunately, due to the weather and the amount of people working outside, it is going to take a while for those bags to come to the carousel. If you haven't been rebooked, please either call the customer service or go upstairs to the check-in counter. They will let you know what flights you will be booked on.
It is very cold right now, and I'll try and make a snowball with my glove. No way.
And that truck is
That's
trying not to be jackknifed.
That's very, very surprising that I was able to do that. I thought for sure it was going to be like solid, like a solid layer of like ice on top of that.
Getting up the hill, it's gonna have to chain up.
Good luck, everyone. You are going to need it. It is going to be an absolute nightmare.
Yes, my favorite Canadian game. Well, during the winter time, picking an imaginary lane and sticking in it. It's a fun little game I have to play every single winter time. Damn, bro. It's a decent amount of snow. That is a lot of snow, man. That's insane.
This was the scene near Josh Thayer's home in Williamsville, New York. More than 100 centimeters
That's
of snow.
crazy.
The roads completely impassable. It wasn't just an inconvenience. Thayer's fiancée Lexi is a heart transplant recipient. With her medication running low, she had to get out.
I can't even begin to imagine what it's like to have a heart transplant.
My man's running off of like 240p connection. Oh, that's wild, man.
And really be dependent on the medicine.
Lexi got what she needed this morning, but the anxiety.
She handles things well usually.
That's good that she got her medicine that she needed.
Been really stressful.
The number of people dead in Western New York is climbing. Workers have begun the daunting task of digging out. Buffalo is used to snow, a lot of it, but this wintry blast was different.
We can handle heavy snow. The problem was the winds. We had hurricane force winds over a Category 1 hurricane.
There's still a travel ban in place because even some rescuers
they had to fucking get the heavy duty equipment because the snowplow got stuck. That's wild, man. I've never seen a snowplow get stuck before. That's insane. Like how did that happen?
Been stranded, but not the firefighters at the Buffalo airport. That was lucky for the Tinsdale family. Out driving on Christmas Eve with 4 kids in tow, the conditions turned grim.
I can just describe it as it was like looking at a white piece of construction paper. You couldn't see anything at all, like absolutely nothing.
After a harrowing rescue, the family spent Christmas at the
Standard
Fire Hall.
Manitoban
New
winter.
York Governor Kathy Hochul has deployed the National Guard. 400 troops so far. They're on a search and rescue mission, trying to find motorists who are still
That
buried.
is crazy, bro. Like you pretty much have cars like completely buried. That is wild. That is so much snow.
Under a wall of snow.
So anyone who declares victory and says it's over, it is way too early to say this is at its completion.
President Joe Biden is following the devastation from the White House. He's promising to marshal the full force of the federal government to help. The region will need it. More snow is coming tonight. JP Tasker, CBC News, Washington. A storm surge from Lake Erie.
Yeah. This is what I was talking about. Like, this was insane. I saw videos and pictures of this over on like Twitter and like TikTok and stuff. It was wild.
Created this post-apocalyptic scene.
Like, not gonna lie, this looks like something out of The Day After Tomorrow. Like, it was crazy.
Part of a disastrous winter storm that has pummeled western New York, a place that usually gets its fair share of snow, but not like this.
We are in a war. This is a war with Mother Nature, and she has been hitting us with everything she has.
I wonder why she has. Maybe because we've been fucking her over and making things worse for her, and so she's fighting back.
Amid whiteout conditions and winds over 120 kilometers an hour.
Damn, bro.
Rescuers got stuck and had
100 kilometers per hour? Like, probably just like fly off into like the sunset or something like that. That's crazy fast.
Had to be rescued. The governor says if you venture out, you might not make it back.
I cannot overstate how dangerous the conditions still are. We need people to stay off the roads. Yes, one more day. I know it's Christmas.
At least 10 people in the region have already died. Officials say there may be more to report.
There are people who've been stuck in cars for more.
I believe it was 50 that passed, right? I could be wrong on that. That's just the numbers that I've heard. But still, it killed a decent amount of people.
In 2 days, and there are people in homes that are below freezing now temperatures.
The Arctic blast has made its way south to places that aren't used to sub-zero temperatures. Along the border, El Paso, Texas is grappling with an influx of migrants.
Soy de Perú.
It was very tough, this woman from Peru says of Christmas Eve, but I'm happy to be here, even if it's cold. Undocumented, they're on the street, longing for a warm place to lay their head. I want to spend Christmas under a roof, says this Venezuelan man.
I mean, everyone does, though,
Temperatures are
right?
the lowest they've been in 30 years. That's dangerous because many homes lack heating. Warming shelters are up and running. What isn't running? Flights. More than 2,000 were canceled nationwide this weekend. The White House says it's monitoring the wintry blast and the Christmas chaos it's created. Senators from New York are calling for federal aid to help Buffalo dig out. They want President Joe Biden to declare the storm a major disaster.
I mean, it is though, right? Like, I think he called it like a major disaster, if I'm not mistaken.
Some emergency cash. JP Tasker.
If these roads could talk, from up and down the U.S., they'd all be saying, go home. In Buffalo, conditions got so bad, officials issued a driving ban. And in parts of Montana, hit by record-breaking cold temperatures,
I've been here 20 years.
That's wild.
This is the worst I've ever felt.
this tow truck driver was a lifesaver.
It's just deathly cold up here. And, I mean, if you ain't prepared for it, it could be really bad.
Chaos not just on the road, but in the air, with another 5,000 flights canceled.
I'm delayed here because of the crazy storm. Where I'm going, I just heard that it's been flooded.
For a second day in a row, more than 2/3 of Americans are under an extreme weather alert.
Damn, bro.
And now more than 1 million homes and businesses are without
That's
power
flooded.
on the East Coast.
Looks like anyone want to go swimming? Like, geez, that's wild.
In the Midwest and Texas.
There's questions of whether or not their grid will be able to support surging demand.
I mean, Texas won't be able to. Like, it just flat out won't, because their entire grid is for profit. So they're not going to be able to support all that stuff. Like, it's just wild. Like, this is the second year in a row that the Texans have had to put up with that shit. And unfortunately costed a lot of people their lives.
And in the coming days, all very critical issues as we head into yet another cold night across much of the country.
In parts of coastal New York and New Jersey, flooding scenes like this one. Floodwaters
That's
caused
wild.
delays in Hoboken, New Jersey, and flooded neighborhoods in Queens and Brooklyn, New York.
My messages for New Yorkers is simple. This is a life-threatening, dangerous event. Protect yourselves, protect your families.
In other parts of the country, the Arctic air blast meant a sudden dip in temperatures, a real danger for those caught off guard.
It's just been how quickly the temperatures have dropped as that.
I imagine that, with the insane dips in temperatures, that like a fairly large percentage of the homeless population within these cities would have been affected heavily, right? Like, there's no shot that they weren't.
That Arctic front has arrived. That has been once in a generation.
It's a chill
And just thinking about that makes me incredibly sad.
that's expected to ease in the south as it builds in the northeast. Chris Reyes, CBC News, New York. It's the Christmas present no one asked for, and almost the entire country will get it. That map President Joe Biden is looking at shows that barely any part of the U.S. will be spared from a winter assault on holiday
Fashion events.
plans.
I know it's dangerous and threatening. This is really a very serious weather alert here.
In Denver, that danger is life-threatening. About 1,400 migrants have arrived in the city in the last month. Many of them are in shelters and ill-equipped for the freezing cold. The mayor begging for help.
We're all at a breaking point.
The National Weather Service estimates some 300 million Americans are currently under some kind of weather alert, and more than half of them are under severe warnings, including 11 million people for blizzards, 35 million for a hard freeze, 57 million for winter storms, 78 million for wind chills. You can almost feel that chill from this photo taken from Elk Park, Montana at noon today, where wind chills hit minus 58 degrees Celsius. In Casper, Wyoming, a 1939 record shattered, with temperatures dropping to minus 42.
We're seeing some records, some all-time records falling that we haven't seen fall before.
Another record set at Denver International Airport, where temperatures plummeted 30 degrees in just 1 hour.
Confirmation number.
The weather has wreaked havoc on holiday travel, with some 2,000 flight cancellations and more than 5,000 flight delays.
I wouldn't use the term meltdown, but it will be very, very challenging.
Freezing temperatures even in the southern states. The message coming from all fronts: hunker down.
Hunker down, hunker down.
For what could be the coldest Christmas in more than 2 decades. Chris Reyes, CBC News, New York.
Let's head now to Lindsay Duncombe in downtown Vancouver tonight. Lindsay, the airport's a mess, but so is much of southern BC.
Yeah, there really are two realities in Vancouver, Anita. One is this unusual festive beauty, and then there's complete chaos.
The scenery is breathtaking as long as you aren't trying to get anywhere.
I missed a Christmas a couple years ago, so I don't really want to miss another one. So I'm doing anything in my power to make sure I'm there.
Tanner Hall is trying to get to BC's
You're
interior
wild, man.
to spend Christmas with his 3-year-old daughter. His flight was supposed to leave Sunday, but he got stuck on the tarmac twice. Blame the weather.
I tried to rent a car, and then they told me it would be 2 days. My next flight would be next Friday. So I'm kind of dead in the water until Friday.
Some journeys cannot be delayed. This outreach worker is making sure Claudia West gets to a clinic to take medicine that keeps her from using heroin.
Really tough.
That's so sad. That's so sad. But like, it's good to know that people, like, even in these conditions, are willing to lend others a hand in order to get them, the care that they need, right? Like, it's so sad for her.
True. Yeah, thank God for some shovelers back there. Some parts are okay, but can't get through this.
The snow makes the vulnerable more so. All night, Jory Reben kept pushing snow off the
That's what I thought, right? Like, the people that are going to be most affected by this are homeless people, right?
tarp he sleeps under so it wouldn't collapse on top of him.
So I had to constantly keep working, keep checking, and make sure that I was prepared for anything that was about to happen.
Probably didn't get much sleep.
No.
Drivers in the lower mainland, yes, even those insisting on a two-wheel commute, aren't used to these conditions. The wait for taxis, hours long, with dispatch triaging calls based on need.
We're looking after the medical appointments, people that has been waiting for doctors.
Vancouver Island got even more snow.
A lot of hassle, but it's pretty.
Not all British Columbians are rattled by extreme weather. In the north and the interior, this is winter as usual. That's where Tanner Hall is trying to go. But more bad news.
The text said the Coquihalla is closed.
So what does that mean?
So I don't think I'll be getting on this bus.
Now the highway
sucks,
did
man.
reopen later, Anita, so he may indeed have made it home.
And Lindsay, what are some of the concerns in the days ahead? Because I imagine it's going to be a mess for a while.
Yeah, daycares were closed today, Anita, so parents are worried about what might happen tomorrow or in the days ahead. And then Canada Post has suspended service in Metro Vancouver, the Fraser Valley, as well as parts of the island. So that could mean Christmas presents might not make it on time.
Lindsay Duncombe, thank you. CBC News senior meteorologist Johanna Wagstaff was out earlier just north of the city and explains just where all of this snow came from.
Here in North Vancouver, we got about 25 to 30 fresh centimeters of snow last night.
That's
and
a
that was the
lot
story
of snow.
across much of the south coast, waking up to 25 plus centimeters in downtown Victoria, 30 centimeters out towards Coquitlam. And this is our second snowfall of the week. So snow on the ground right now across parts of the south coast, 40 to 50 centimeters. That is not usual snow for the south coast. In fact, for Vancouver, this is our fifth.
For southern BC, that's a surprising amount of snow. Like, they don't tend to get too much snow in general, so them getting this amount of snow is wild.
Snowiest winter ever since records began, our single snowfall day. This is not the end of it either. Part of the reason why we saw so much snow last night is this Arctic air mass that moved in early in the week. Temperatures have been close to -10 through the overnight across the south coast. So when a Pacific system moved in and hit that cold air, it was a recipe for this big snow. We also had convection leading to thunder snow. And anytime we get sort of updrafts and thunderstorm clouds, that leads to heavy snowfall rates, which is why we ended up on the upper spectrum of the forecast.
God's like, you know what? You guys have been fucking around too much. Here, have some thunder snow. I just invented it. Like, holy moly, bro. That's insane.
Great weather for dogs and people alike who don't have to go out in it, but we are looking at messy weather in the long-range forecast. Another snowfall coming Thursday night into Friday that will start off as heavy snow, transitioning to freezing rain and rain as we head into Christmas Eve. So a lot of concerns about travel. Even as it turns to rain on Christmas Day, it's likely, in fact, if not guaranteed, though, we've got a white Christmas on our hands. Johanna Wagstaff, CBC News.
Okay, so let's move on to the shooting that happened in Paris. So a group of Kurds was attacked by most likely a fucking white supremacist or neo-Nazi or something like that. That ended up killing people and leading to protests amongst the Kurdish community within Paris. So let's talk about that.
Was the moment tensions boiled over outside a Kurdish community center.
Bro, what the fuck? The police are wild, man.
Within minutes, tear gas flooded the narrow Paris
I'm not even just gonna
streets. A grocer scrambled to close his shop before the crowd pushed in as people hurled objects toward police. Not far away, fires burned in the middle of the street. All of this and far away, fires burned in the middle of the street. All of
I don't know what flag that is. It looks like some form of leftist flag though. And they're going to fucking vilify these riot or these well, I guess at this point, I guess you could technically call them rioters, but you know, they're gonna vilify these protesters being like, oh well, see how fucking violent they're being and whatnot. Like, it's fucking crazy to me. Like, people fucking died, and you know, understandably, they're not too fucking happy about that. Like, an attack, like a targeted attack happened in their fucking community, and they're not being, and they're fucking being brutalized by, like, the police and shit.
this an expression of fury after a morning shooting left 3 members of the Kurdish community dead. 3 others were wounded. A 69-year-old man known to police is in custody, says this prosecutor. He's also a suspect in a saber attack on migrants living in tents. He was not considered an extremist by the intelligence services.
No shot he was not considered an extremist. 100% he was. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. He probably was an extremist. Like, come on, bro. There's no shot that like someone with that didn't have extremist views would do this. Like, it definitely is. Like, no shot. I'm sorry, but there's no shot that that's the case.
And it's not clear what motivated this attack. But France's Interior
Hate. Like hate and fucking racism. That's most likely what it is. And like, you know, if he was attacking like fucking 10 other people beforehand, like that should raise some red flags, right?
Minister, speaking in the neighborhood shortly after the shooting, had no doubt. Obviously, he said, he wanted to attack foreigners. And he pledged to step up police presence in Kurdish communities throughout the country. Hate crimes have more than doubled in France since 2017, the bulk of them attributed by police to xenophobia. Something.
Yeah, like a lot of a majority of countries are saying it's been an increase in right-wing extremism. Like, we already know this, and like intelligence agencies know this as well. But we just fucking turn a blind eye to it, and then when one of these fucking deranged psychopaths snap and have a bad day and go and decide to go shoot up a place, like they're just, you know, it's just a lone wolf. It's just a lone wolf, which is a bunch of bullshit.
Felt deeply in this community today. He didn't come here for nothing, this man says. He chose the location where there are Kurds. As evening fell, the Kurdish community leaders held a briefing. Described the shooting as a terror attack. Amid the anger, sorrow, this woman knew one of the victims. She was among the best, she said. She fought for women for more than 20 years.
Sounds like a good person.
As riot police flooded the streets, the rage appeared to have subsided for now. But the grief is only just beginning.
Like, in this instance, I can't necessarily say I blame these Kurdish people for being pissed off that this shit happens, despite the fact that, you know, there was a red flag beforehand. Like, come on. Like of course they're going to be vilifying these people and beating the shit out of them. Like, it's nothing new.
Katie Nicholson, CBC News, London.
We have new developments in our breaking story out of Paris. Authorities say 3 people are dead and several others wounded after a shooting in central Paris. Ross Cullen is in Paris following this story for us. So Ross, what can you tell us so far?
Yeah, hi Juanita. We're just here at the police lines. You can see the police officers behind me, the closed street behind me where this shooting took place about 2 or 3 hours ago. This morning, at least 3 people have lost their lives. One man, 69-year-old man, has been taken into custody. He's been arrested. We are expecting as well the Interior Minister, Gérald Darmanin, to make his presence here. Emmanuel Macron, the president, has asked him to come, so we are expecting the Interior Minister.
I mean, like, when it comes to Macron, I'm like, I have a feeling that he tried to like villainize the protesters that were understandably not too impressed with it, because like, isn't Macron like incredibly fucking right wing?
Minister in the next hour or so to meet some of the first responders, the police officers who took part in apprehending the suspect as well and bringing this shooting to an end, but not before it had claimed the lives of 3 people.
All right, thank you so much for that, Ross. Ross Cullen in Paris.
People originally gathering in solidarity following a deadly shooting found themselves swept up in a mob attack.
Yeah, we just watched that. Multiple, I guess I should just do this. At least 3 people are dead after a gunman opened fire on a Kurdish cultural center in central Paris. Multiple gunshots are fired on Rue Digan on Friday, also striking other businesses. The murderer, who is in relative urgency, was taken to the hospital. He was immediately arrested by police. The shooting took place at a Kurdish community center located in Rue, as well as in a restaurant just opposite of the cultural center as well. As at a hairdresser on the opposite side of the community center. Today we do not know the motives of the murderer. A 69-year-old man has been arrested in connection with the shooting. The individual in question was already known to the judicial services. His name appeared in 2 cases, however, the background research continues. I mean, like, if he was already within, like, the judicial system and everything, and, like, for, like, assaulting or whatever the fuck, like, 10 other people, that should automatically be a red flag. Right? And I only wish to speak of what I know now in the wake of my arrival at the scene. As for the first case, these are events that occurred in Saint Denis, for which he was recently tried and sentenced. But following the conviction, the prosecution filed an appeal. There is also a case relating to events that took place in the Bercy district of Paris and involving people in tents. The individual may have attacked these tents. An investigation started as of the end of 2021. The individual had recently been released. As for racist motives, they will be part of the option to be taken into account by the investigation, which is being conducted by a large number of DCPJ Center District or District rate of the judicial police staff. I ask all the police services in Paris and elsewhere in the national territory to protect the places where the Kurdish community gathers, as well as the Turkish diplomatic locations where police forces will be on guard. We want to avoid any difficulty or sequel in these special times of the end of the year. The killer is French. He is 69 years old. He was not considered an extremist by the intelligence service such as the DGSI, General Directorate of Internal Security. I don't believe that. I honestly don't believe that. The Paris and the National Intelligence Services have spoken to the Minister of Justice. I also believe it is valid for the prison intelligence services. Obviously, he wanted to attack foreigners. We will find out from the judicial inquiry. Led by the public prosecutor, if he is specifically targeting Kurds. I mean, there's no shot that he wasn't, right? Like, this clearly is a race-based attack. For the moment, no element makes it possible to know it. I mean, I'm sure that there is. Like, first of all, like, you know, if he's suspected of attacking, like, tents of, like, homeless people and, you know, attacking specifically Kurds, like, there's no shot that, you know, we don't have any intel on what his motives are. Like, it was completely race-based. Members of the Kurdish community gathered near the site, chanting slogans including "Martyrs never die." Everyone is angry. Everyone is angry like usual. It's not new. We are just not used to it. We know every time that there will be shocks, there will be events. Here we have a feminist colleague who was assassinated today. She's among the best, someone who fought for more than 20 years of her life. For the Kurdish cause, for the cause of women. We cannot not be angry when hearing this type of news. I am shocked. I am shocked. I am shocked. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I can understand because I am a defense attorney and my work is to defend people who different reasons, but I am shocked and I am mourning immensely for the dead, for the hospital, for the public health, extremely. For the neighborhood. Protest, yep. Commies. We've got commies, boys. Like, they're gonna be vilifying these people, and, you know, having the hammer and sickle is only gonna make things, like, worse for them, considering a mackerel, right? Like, I'm fully on board with these guys. Like, there's no shot that, you know, these people should be being subjected to this kind of shit, right? Like, I gladly stand in solidarity with these protesters. Protesters clashed with police later in the day near the shooting scene. I just couldn't tell earlier in like the other video if it was like a Soviet flag or something like that. I wasn't really too sure. But like from what I understand in France, the Kurdish population is fairly left-leaning, right? I'm not too sure if I can show this. Better to be safe. Okay, it's just better to be safe. Sorry.
Hello and welcome. 3 people have been shot dead by a man who opened fire on a street in central Paris.
Who is this guy? He's like, hey, how's it going?
It happened outside a Kurdish community centre. Police are looking into the possibility that it was a racist attack and have arrested.
I mean, of course it was, bro.
Man.
Like, no shot it wasn't.
Schofield is following events for us. What is the latest that is known, Hugh? We're just looking at some of the latest pictures coming into us from the French capital.
Yeah, this area has been sealed off, obviously, by police. It happened just 2 hours ago. It was all over pretty quickly. Some shooting on the street by a man, this 69-year-old man, Caucasian-looking, say eyewitnesses who drew out a handgun and just started.
Automatic L. Automatic L. 100% right wing, right?
Firing before being overcome. It's not clear whether he was overcome by local people, by police. We're told that he's now in hospital being treated because it seems he sustained some kind of light injuries during the arrest or when he was being overpowered. The victims
I think we're safe now.
are 3 dead and 1 seriously injured and a couple lightly injured. The latest that's coming across, though, is this line about a possible racist motive. I mean, at first everyone was thinking that it was to do with the fact that it took place near or just outside this Kurdish centre. It's an area where there are a lot of Kurds, a lot of Turks, sort of Indian people as well living around there. But now we're told that this man, whose name has not been given out.
So then it 100% was a. Then it 100% was racially charged. Like, you know, if it's a minority community and he decides to go shoot up the place, like, there's no shot that it wasn't.
Out, but we're told that he's known to police because a year ago he was the man who, with a sword, slashed tents and shouted racist slogans, and also then attacked with the sword people at a migrant center, and that largely.
Yeah, 100% fucking was a racist attack then. Like, no shot that it wasn't.
Sudanese people in central Paris. He's facing charges in connection with that. We don't know why he's out and not in prison. Maybe he's just out on parole. I mean, there's no reason why he should necessarily be in prison, but apparently he's facing charges in that connection, that affair, which gives a new colour to this affair.
And just tell us a bit more about which part of Paris this is and you know, how busy it might have been. It's obviously just before Christmas. Some people will be away,
Yeah.
but some people will be out and about.
Well, it's Rue d'Enghien, which is not far from the Gare du Nord, near Strasbourg-Saint-Denis metro station, not far from the Place de la République. It's in the 10th arrondissement. It's an area which is a mixture of quite heavy immigrant areas, but also quite kind of fashionable and trendy. The Rue d'Enghien is quite a narrow street, lots of shops on it. And as I say, this history in the
Thanks, Coltinus. When did what happen? When did what happen? The shooting? It happened 3 days ago, I believe.
In the area of a connection with the Kurdish and Turkish community, there are a lot of restaurants around there, but also a lot of Indian restaurants around there. So it's sort of not exactly on the tourist trail, but a lot of people will go there to go and eat ethnic food, for example. It's not clear why the man, if indeed he was motivated by racist motivations, why.
Never heard of it. I mean, comparative to like what popped off last time with like right-wing attacks in Paris, like this is very marginal, but like it's still something like incredibly fucking terrible, right? Like this guy was known for, apparently this guy was known for like being a racist and everything, and like they're not calling him a racist and like right wing. Like there's no shot he's not a right winger, right?
He'd have chosen here, except that it is part of central Paris where it's well known that there are a lot of people of as I say, these different backgrounds living.
Okay, Hugh Schofield there in Paris. Many thanks.
Like this dude's fucking insane, man. A man arrested in connections with a shooting that left 3 Kurdish people dead in central Paris last week was god damn, bro, so many fucking ads. Was indicted on charges of murder and attempted murder with a racist motive on Monday. According to French judicial authorities, the decision was closely watched by a Kurdish community that has long sought safety in France and was still reeling from the killings. But the news of the indictment may also do little to ease the anger of many Kurds who view the shooting not as racially motivated, but as a terrorist attack targeting them and carried out with Turkey's help. I mean, like, 100% has to be like a racist attack, right? Because he was known for like being a huge fucking racist while he was playing like Genji while slashing up tents. Like, there's no shot that he isn't, right? Kurdish independent movements and the Turkish government have been locked in a protracted conflict that has led Turkey to violent repress Kurds at home and abroad. After the shooting on Friday, protests by Kurds turned violent and demonstrations have continued. We know it's a political attack. Firat, a spokesperson for the Kurdish Democratic Council in France, a political group, said at a march on Monday near the site of the shooting. Hundreds of people attended the demonstration, calling for further investigation. The French investigators have presented no evidence that the man was affiliated with any Turkish groups. Instead, they said the man, whom they did not name, but whom the French media identified as William M., had been motivated by deep-seated racist and anti-immigrant beliefs. So just standard conservative beliefs then, right? In a statement released on Sunday, the Paris prosecutor, Ray Bicou, said the 69-year-old suspect had told investigators that a burglary at his home in 2016 had triggered a hatred of foreigners that became quickly pathological. The man described himself as depressed with suicidal tendencies, adding that before ending his own life, he had always wanted to murder immigrants and foreigners. That is fucking wild, man. The man told investigators that he had initially traveled earlier Friday morning for a semi-automatic pistol to Saint Denis, a northern Paris suburb with a large immigrant population intent on killing foreigners. But he added that he had changed his mind because a few people were around him. The prosecutor said he then returned to his parents' home in central Paris. From there, he headed to a Kurdish cultural center where he shot dead 2 men, which is now 3, Mir Piror and bro, I'm so fucking bad at pronouncing names. Like, holy shit. Abdu Rahman Kitzel, and a woman, Emin Kara, the leader of the Kurdish women's movement in France. He next headed to a nearby Kurdish barbershop where he wounded 3 more men before being disarmed and subdued. The man told investigators that he resented Kurds for detaining Islamic State fighters while they fought the terrorist group in Syria instead of killing them. French authorities said the man was a member of a shooting club and had been involved in several other criminal cases. In particular, he had been charged a year ago with a racist armed assault after attacking a migrant camp in Paris with a saber. He had recently been freed from detention while awaiting trial. French judicial authorities on Monday said the man, who had also been indirect on charges of unauthorized prosecution of a weapon. Many left-wing politicians denounced what they saw as a racist murders fueled by a growing anti-immigrant rhetoric in France. They drew a link with recent attacks against foreigners by the far-right militiants. Which, yeah, like, of course it's like fucking dumbass right-wingers. Like, anyone who says it's not a bunch of dumbass right-wingers is fucking idiotic. What happened in Paris should be a wake-up call to all of us about the danger of the far right. Olivier Feyroux, the leader of the Socialist Party, posted on Twitter shortly after the attack. Many Kurdish participants in Monday's march said they did not accept that interpretation. Instead, they suggested, without evidence, that Turkey was to blame. I mean, that's nothing new, to be honest. For us, this is not a racist act at all, said Elise Demir, 36, who was walking amid the crowd of demonstrators as nearby loudspeakers played a Kurdish song. She noted that the neighborhood where the attack occurred was full of foreigners, by that only Kurds had been targeted. I mean, like, no shot, right? Like, no shot it's not fucking racist at all. Like, he literally said he wanted to fucking go murder immigrants. The Kurdish cultural center that was attacked houses the Kurdish Democratic Council of France, Bakawan, a researcher on the Middle East at the French Institute of International Relations, said the group is an offshoot of the Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK, which has fought for a decades-long insurgency against the Turkish state to win greater autonomy over the Kurds. The PKK is considered a terrorist organization by the United States, the EU, and Turkey, which has violently cracked down on its militiants and allies at home and abroad, including a series of airstrikes in Iraq and Syria last month. I mean, like, bro, of course the fucking US, EU, and Turkey would consider them a terrorist organization, though. Like, it's not surprising in the slightest, right? Like, it's just fucking normal shit at this point that they would, like, any form of, like, left-wing movement would be like that. We're being killed in Turkey, in Syria, and now in France, said Sharid Altinios, 19, who had come to the march from Brest, a city on the western edge of France. I mean, like, here's the thing, though. Like, these people were, or the Kurds were, quote-unquote allies of like, America. And guess what the fucking Americans did? They left their fucking allies to die. So, it's ridiculous. Around him, many demonstrators were wearing vests reading "Truth is Justice" or waving purple flags with printed portraits of 3 Kurdish militiants, including founder of the PKK, who were murdered in the same area on January 9th, 2013. As the suspect in that case was possibly linked with a Turkish state intelligence service, according to French prosecutors, but died in custody before being tried. I wonder what happened there. I wonder what happened here. Sounds like he was kind of CIA'd a little bit. Or whatever the fucking French equivalent is. The investigation into that previous murder was dragged on, fueling the anger of the Kurds in France, who number about 300,000, and their skepticism towards French authorities today, Mr. Bakawan said. He added that growing threats of a Turkish invasion of Kurdish-controlled areas in northeastern Syria had heightened tensions. Leaders of the Kurdish Democratic Council of France, which called for Monday's march, drew a straight line between the 2 killings, portraying them as of a Turkish campaign to repress Kurdish militiants. A large black banner held by participants leading the march read, 10 years after 9 January, the Turkish state has massacred another 3 of our friends in Paris. Angry slogans against President Recep Tayyip Erdogan of Turkey were regularly shouted by demonstrators. Several people at the march said they were disappointed that France did not show more consideration for the Kurds despite their crucial role in the fight against the Islamic State of Syria. We gave them our lives, so what you could be safe, said Biravan the spokesperson said, as she addressed the demonstrators from a truck, when will we be safe? Like, it's just insane, right?
A couple weeks.
All right, let's move on. We might get a little bit more updates in the coming days, but I doubt it because this is being suppressed 100%. So yeah, let's move on to some other news. So first of all, we're going to be talking about more of the rising food prices within Canada.
Weeks ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, I suggested to my wife that we do this, and what we did was we rented a hall, and she said, "Oh my gosh, you know how much work this is going to be? We only have 2 weeks holidays and everything else." And I kept asking myself over and over why I wanted to do this and why we wanted to do this, and I really couldn't give myself an answer. And anyhow, my wife and I are both certified Springsteen fans. We're spring nuts, and the only answer I could have was I kept playing this song in my head that we take care of our own. And just the way food prices have gone and everything else, and the food bank use and everything else has gone way up, that I thought, we got to help. And then what finally did it to me was I was in a grocery store and I saw a head of lettuce and it was $7.99. And I just said, we got to do something to help people.
I mean, the thing is that, like, this is 100% price gouging by giant corporations, as well as, like, price leadership, right? And, like, the fact that, a vast majority of Canadians are having to put more money into, like, just basic necessities in order to keep them alive is ridiculous.
And really crazy is a few days ago we got awarded this nice medal from Aaron O'Toole for helping out in the community. And the Queen.
I mean, if you're what's this?
Jubilee.
I mean, if you're getting awards from Aaron O'Toole, that's already a major L. Like, Aaron O'Toole fucking sucks, man. He's like one of the most boring fucking conservative politicians out there. And like, if you're getting like this shit from like the Queen, even though the broad's dead, is like, who gives a shit, right?
Which was a big surprise to us. We weren't expecting this at all.
Well, this is actually the most recent act of kindness, given the awards that you are both being recognized for. So what other things have you both done to help those in need?
Well, I think it started back a few years ago when our community here in our little subdivision decided they were going to do a skating rink for the children of the area. And so Jeff, along with one of the mums on the street, Kristen Parker, she spearheaded the whole program, and they arranged to get the water in for the rink by doing a bottle drive just after Christmas. And Jeff went from one end of town to the other collecting bottles from residents who would text us and say, I've got bottles here, there. And he went to the beer store with many, many empties, and they came up enough money to do a water truck for the first load. And from then on, we just do other things we don't have children of our own, but we do in the summer, Jeff puts on a barbecue together with me for the neighborhood. And from those proceeds, we donate the food, and from those proceeds, we give back to the breakfast programs at the local schools that need it.
Can you tell us what the response has been like from the community, for these initiatives that you both have been doing?
So when I went to Aaron O'Toole's office there, I actually...
Oh, there's such fucking LARPers for Aaron O'Toole. Jesus Christ.
I thought he was just going to give us a little token of appreciation for the meal we were putting on. And we get this award, and he started telling us about all the things we had done in the community.
But like, the thing is that, like, generally speaking, when people, do stuff like this, like, if they're like, I think in this instance, like, it's more or less that they were like expecting to get something out of it, right? But for the most part, like those that actually like volunteer in their communities by, you know, giving people food and addressing the needs of their communities, whether it's like food insecurity, housing, whatever, medicine, they do it not expecting anything back. But I think in this instance they were expecting something out of it, but it's hard to say.
Community, and I thought, how the heck do you guys know this? And they said time and time again that people just kept phoning his office and telling
our names forward.
Yeah, bringing our names forward. And but this time with this dinner, I posted on social media, and everything has exploded. We got so many volunteers. We're probably gonna have to turn people away, and we got 24 seniors.
What? Why would you turn away volunteers? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, more volunteers is a good thing. It makes things go smooth, or makes things go smoother. And like, you know, allows you to help other communities as well. Or do more, or do larger events to help out your community. Like, more volunteers is a good thing.
Right now on a list that are going to get a meal delivered to them because they don't really go out, and we got people that are going to deliver the meal, and the outpouring of people that have
Donations. The response has just been astronomical. It's been unbelievable. We were sort of overwhelmed and very appreciative of everything that the community's standing behind us for.
Yeah, we got people donating paper plates and cranberry sauce and everything.
Oh, that's great. It's a community.
And like the thing is that generally speaking, like when people want to contribute towards their communities, it tends to be around the holiday season, right? But a vast majority of those people do not continue past the holiday season, which is really gross because it's just virtue signaling, right? Like if you want to help out your community, it's like it's an around the clock thing that you have to do. It's not just a once in a year thing, right? Like it's a selfless act. You have to keep doing it. Because unless like people are able to get the necessities that they need to live, it's not going to go away. And like even if they do have the necessities, you know, it's, you know, people are still going to need a hand with things, right? Like to me, anyone that actually just helps out when it comes to like helping out their community when it comes down to like just the holiday season is fucking disgusting. At that point, just don't even bother. Like you want people to make you think that that you're not like virtue signaling and, you know, you're a very nice person and everything like that, because generally those people do not tend to give a shit. Like they'll pass over like a homeless person in like July and, you know, think that, you know, oh, it's their problem that they're there. But yet when it comes down to the holiday season, it's just like, oh, it's okay. I'm such a good person. I'm fucking helping out people during the holiday season. Like at that point, just like piss off, right?
Be helping a community, very obvious to that. So what would you both say to other people in Canada who may want to get involved in their communities like you both do?
First off,
if you want to get involved into your communities, like, and like actually help out your communities, you know, ask around, talk to people, see if there's anything that you can do. Ask them if there's like, you know, a food shelter that you can help them out at, or if there's like any food drives or that you can help with, or something like that. Or, you know, there's anything else that you can do, like, and provide for your community. Like, you gotta talk to your community members. Like, if you don't know what needs to be done within the community. Like, there are certain places that, you know, are like established that do actually help out people. Like, there's a couple in my area like I've considered volunteering at, like expecting to get nothing out of it because, you know, I'm a fucking dirty commie. I want to help out my community, right? Like, no, there's 100% things that you can do in order to figure it out.
There's always some sort of organization looking for help. And if you have any spare time, just search on social media. That's the best route to find anything anymore. And
she's not
reach
wrong.
out. Even if you're not sure, phone your MP's office, phone the town hall, and they can let you know what's going on. But there are lots.
I mean, the MPs and town hall won't fucking know unless it's like well established. Like, generally speaking, a lot of that stuff tends to be grassroots and everything. So either like she said, look at social media or like ask around within your community. Town hall will not fucking know like town hall fucking knows nothing. Let's be honest with ourselves.
Lots of areas where there's organizations that are short of hands for whatever reason, and they're always looking for help and would welcome it.
But then there's also just within yourself. When I get up every day, I tell myself that I'm going to do one act of kindness, and usually it turns into more than one, and it makes my day go much better.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
In this holiday season, the Salvation Army says there's an alarming increase in need across Canada.
I mean, like, that's not surprising, though. Like, the increasing in need is not surprising at the slightest due to greedflation in, like, the entirety of the whole fucking cartel that is our grocery chains, as well as, you know, in the fucking oil and gas sector and housing. Like, it's not surprising in the slightest. Like, these motherfuckers just want to make want to squeeze the rock to get as much water out as they can. Like, it's psychotic.
But in the days leading up to Christmas, the charity's Kettle campaign was $4 million short of its $22 million national target.
Thank you so much. You're welcome.
We're to date receiving.
And, like, you know, generally speaking, if we didn't, or if people had their needs met, they wouldn't have to worry about this. Like, yeah, there can still do work within your communities if your needs are still being met, but, like, you know, it's not going to be needed as much.
Less donations, yet their requests for assistance have really skyrocketed. And so that's deeply troubling for us as an organization.
Not surprising when you consider many Canadians have been struggling under the weight of record high inflation all year.
I mean, we literally haven't. Comparative to other comparable OECD nations, we've actually been doing fairly good with inflation. It's just at the pumps and at grocery chains where that's the case. But a lot of that has to go down to the rising costs of prices so that these fucking corporations can make as much money as possible, despite the fact that there have been calls for a windfall tax that the Liberals are not doing. Like, it's psychotic. Like, we need to be holding these fucking companies accountable, but we're not going to be doing that. And things are going to get even worse if our fucking healthcare gets privatized.
Giving to charity is a tough ask for people feeling pressure just to give gifts to their loved ones.
Probably spending less money, to be honest.
We'll just cut back a bit and give some gift cards.
A survey conducted by the charity sector indicates a drop in the number of Canadians who intend to donate.
Just under half are saying they intend to give this holiday season, which is down about 8 points from last year. And amongst those who are...
Well, I mean, like, even if that is the case, there's reasons for that, you know? People are not able to afford to give out as much as they would like to because of the rising costs of food and shit. And, you know, they have to worry about themselves, which I don't necessarily disagree with. Like, you know, people should 100% be taking care of themselves and whatnot, and like their kids and everything. But you know, you should still be helping out your community. And, you know, it's getting to the point where, like, there might be fucking protests on, like, the gigantic prices in food and shit. Like, if it keeps going up, like, it's when the price freezes end in January, it's going to not be fun for a vast majority of Canadians across the country, regardless of where they live.
Are planning to donate over the holidays, almost 40% are saying they're going to give less, which I think is a reflection of these economic times.
With less to give and more in need, it's a double blow for groups and services that just want to help.
Those statistics represent individuals. They represent families. They represent friends and families and coworkers and people who historically and traditionally have not had to come to the Salvation Army for help.
Lieutenant Colonel Murray said,
I wonder why they've been having to come to the Salvation Army a little bit more. Wonder why.
As the Salvation Army doesn't want Canadians who are struggling to feel even worse for not giving to charity, he hopes those who can will. Ross Lord, Global News.
Potatoes.
Diane DeBarrow's Christmas dinner looks a little different this year,
Broth.
as soaring food prices take a bite out of her budget.
This year, we really decided on a menu and stuck to it. And we don't need 3 different kinds of potatoes. We don't need 3 different types of vegetables.
DeBarros is making changes for more than just the holidays. Now, every time she does a grocery shop, she compares flyers, checks coupons and
That's a lot of coupons, man.
and uses reward points.
Our total was $1.41.
The busy mom of 2 says she's cut her monthly grocery bill by hundreds of dollars.
You put as much as you want into it, you'll get as much as you put into it out. So
This is such, like, gigantic corporation propaganda, right? Like, there's no shot that it's not. Like, it 100% is. Like, it's just to keep the grocery cartel intact, right?
It does take some time, I'm not going to lie, but it doesn't take as much time as you would think.
Across the country, Canadians are trying to cope with inflation that remains stubbornly high, especially for necessities. Groceries cost 11.4% more in November compared to a year ago. Eggs and bread prices spiked double digits. Rents are up nearly 6%.
It's not surprising.
At the fastest pace in 30 years. Homeowners are...
Yeah, and then the fucking housing market's gonna crash and leave a bunch of fucking people homeless. Unironically, the situation that we're in looks fairly similar to like pre 2008 crisis.
Are paying almost 14.5% more in mortgage interest.
We all have to cut back.
Focusing on our experiences rather than buying material objects.
I definitely picked up like a couple extra hours at work.
The Bank of Canada has hiked interest rates 7 times this year to get consumers to rein in their spending and bring down inflation. Some analysts say those higher rates could cool the economy enough to trigger a recession early next year.
We expect Canada to undergo a recession, and if the Bank of Canada keeps on pushing, it could become a more severe recession than what we hope for.
I mean, the recession is going to be 100% caused by these fucking landlords who are keeping vacant houses to artificially inflate the prices of their properties. The fucking price gouging that's going in amongst the grocery chains, and the insane prices that they're charging for gas. Like, that's what's going to be causing the recession. Like, the Bank of Canada has fucking nothing to do with that.
central bank's main goal is getting inflation under control, and so far, progress has been slow. Many economists say if inflation doesn't cool enough, there could be one more interest rate hike next month. Nisha Patel, CBC News, Toronto.
All right, so we'll do that later. We'll
Prime
talk
Minister,
about that later.
Thanks so much for taking time with us. 2022.
Let's do this, I guess.
In years now, the United States is urging China to be more transparent about the current COVID-19 wave slamming that country.
Importantly.
So yeah, COVID has, like, I think it's a 62% transmission rate in China right now. And the thing is that's going to affect the global chain a lot, right?
Sharing information with the world about what they're experiencing. Again, because it has implications not just for China, but for the entire world.
China is seeing a massive surge in new infections. This is footage from a hospital in Beijing. It has been overwhelmed with patients, many of them elderly. And while China has only reported about 7 COVID-19 deaths this week, morgues in many cities are reportedly full of bodies. A hospital in Shanghai warned its staff this week to prepare for a, quote, tragic battle, projecting as many as half of the city's 25 million people could be infected before year's end. Here to discuss is Dr. Isaac Bogosh. He is an infectious disease specialist at the Toronto General Hospital. Dr. Bogosh, thanks for your time.
My pleasure, Brett.
So it's hard to get a full picture of what is happening inside China, and it can be difficult.
I mean, it's not a hard picture to get what's going on. Like, you know, we can get an idea of what's going on. You know, it could be as bad as America, like when America was popping off, and we already know how fucking disastrous like America was during peak COVID. Or it could be like our handling of like wave 2 and 3. So there's that.
To reconcile some of the anecdotal reports with the official narrative. What is your understanding of what is happening in China?
I'm looking at the same reports as everybody else, but you know, you do see some footage and some evidence that the virus is spreading rather quickly. You see evidence and documentation that healthcare systems are starting to get squeezed, and also there's some data and evidence demonstrating that medications like fever medications are in short supply in many areas that appear to be heavily impacted. So, you know, we've seen this play out in many parts of the world before this, and, you know, to no one's surprise, a big wave might be underway there, and we know how this can impact not just the healthcare system, but a society at large, and that's probably happening right now.
So China did drop much of its zero COVID policies a couple weeks ago, but the country has...
I mean, I'm not going to lie, the zero COVID policies was idiotic to begin with. Like, people were going to get COVID either way, right? I do think that China, like, if China took a different approach to it, they could have handled the pandemic significantly better, right? Because I think the current virus going around right now in China has like a 1 to, what is it, like 20 or something like that? Like, it's insanely high.
Had years to prepare for the rolling back of those measures. So to what extent was this a foreseeable consequence?
Unfortunately, and again, we have to base this on the limited data that we have available, but it appears that as a population, they haven't really vaccinated or more specifically boosted populations and cohorts that would be more prone to severe outcomes, namely the older cohort of patients or the older cohort of citizens, pardon me. And you know, we know that COVID-19 disproportionately impacts older individuals. We know older individuals are disproportionately represented in hospital settings, in the ICU. Sadly, the older populations are more frequently succumb to this illness, and it's extremely important for those cohorts to have been vaccinated and boosted. And we also seen time and time again what happens even in the Omicron era when this virus sadly rips through populations that are under-vaccinated. Hong Kong, for example, around a year ago had this.
And then like every single hog area imaginable within like the western front. Like if you were a fucking hog, chances are you were catching fucking COVID. If you weren't like vaccinated and shit and like put in incredibly bad conditions.
Happen, and for a period of time they had the highest death rate on the planet. We never want to see this happen. Obviously, it's tragic to watch this unfold in China, but they would really need to boost quickly their vulnerable population to ensure that they can protect the lives of vulnerable people and also protect some of the integrity of their healthcare system.
Now, you mentioned there that China does have a population of more than 1.4 billion. So what sort of implications could a rapid spread of COVID-19 in that country have for other countries? For example, we do know that there have been supply chain snarls as a result of shutdowns linked to COVID-19 in China.
Right. I mean, certainly if a lot of people become sick over a short period of time, that can impact a significant proportion of the workforce. So it has.
I mean, we saw what happened in America, right? And like how devastating it was to like the American economy, right? And to me, it seems like it could be a repeat of that, except instead of just affecting the American economy, it could have it sounds like it's going to have drastic implications on the global economy as well, not just the Chinese economy, because like a good chunk of stuff is made in China, right? So it's going to disrupt supply chains like inevitably, right?
Massive ramifications in every sector. So that's certainly one issue. The other important point too is that we know that there's 1.4 billion people living in China. There's just 1.4 billion more people for this virus to infect, and of course there's mutations that are going to continue to occur. There's variants of concern that can emerge, and we just have a larger population, unfortunately, where this can happen. So. Again, luckily, we have excellent and effective vaccines that have stood up to more severe manifestations of the virus, namely hospitalization and death, and they've stood up regardless of the variant of concern. We've seen that hold up to the Alpha variant, to the Delta variant, to the Omicron variant, to various sublineages of the Omicron variant. So even though there's more people on the planet,
I mean, yeah, but like for the most part, China only has like, is it 1 or is it 2 shots for a vast majority of their population? I think it's 1, right?
That are now going to unfortunately be exposed.
So they're not as protected comparative to those who are double or even tripled up
to this virus. We still have very effective tools to combat it.
And Dr. Bogosh, I am curious, how concerned do you think officials in this country should be about what they are seeing unfold in China?
Well, I mean, obviously we're so closely intertwined from an economic standpoint and trade standpoint, and I'll let the trade and economic experts opine on that. But certainly, there is going to be several months where China will be impacted by COVID-19. But in terms of variants emerging and spreading elsewhere in the world, we've already seen that happen several times before from other places outside of China. We had the Alpha variant in the UK. We had the Delta variant from India. We've had the Omicron variant from Southern Africa, and all of these variants emerged in one area and infected other places in the world. So that's not going to be something that's just unique to China, for example. That can happen anywhere. But yeah, I wouldn't.
I mean, there's also like subvariants of things like influenza as well, and the subvariant that we got for influenza that's hitting the that's hitting the Canadian population and hurting or putting a lot of strain on the healthcare system has been incredibly fucking bad. Like it's it's really hard. It's a really hard strain of influenza to control because it's like incredibly fucking strong. It's I believe it's really fairly contagious, as well as it's helping kill people. Like I mean, this spreading of RSV and COVID definitely doesn't help either.
Be surprised given the large number of infections over a short period of time in a country that has such a significant economic standing on the planet, that there will be global ramifications of this.
Certainly, and as an infectious disease specialist, what then will you be watching for next in the coming weeks, months, and days?
Well, you don't want to see anything bad happen to anybody. Obviously, we don't wish ill on anyone and to any of our friends and neighbors on the planet. And of course, that includes China. I think the key thing for them will be healthcare system capacity. That's been an issue anywhere else when we've seen
Been an
COVID
issue.
spread.
It's been an issue everywhere. Like 100%.
Very early on in China and Wuhan. We saw that in northern Italy. We saw that then in New York City, then in Iran, and then of course we experienced that here in Canada several times, and it's extraordinarily challenging. So their healthcare teams for the outpatient environment, for the inpatient environment, they're going to have a tough few months ahead as they really try care for a population that's going to be needing their help more and more. So it's really sad to watch, and I obviously wish everyone well.
Do you think this was avoidable? As I mentioned earlier, China has had years to prepare and plan for something like this. Do you think?
I do think that certain aspects of this were avoidable for sure, like getting the vaccination rate up in terms of dosages. Having a different policy that wasn't COVID zero or zero COVID or whatever the fuck it was called. There definitely were other measures that China could have taken for sure, but comparative to Western nations, all things considered over the course of the pandemic, China has actually done a fairly reasonable job of keeping COVID under control. And like this is their first outbreak over the course of the 2 years, like the first major outbreak since before the pandemic popped off.
What could they have done differently, for example, to prepare for this?
They could have vaccinated a more significant proportion of their population.
True.
And boosted more of their population, especially older, more vulnerable individuals. I think some of the data we have demonstrates that the vaccines that were used in China perhaps aren't as effective as the vaccines that we were using in other parts of the world, and gaining access to those vaccines might have been helpful and prevented this. But one of the key things is truly protecting the population through vaccination before people are exposed to this virus. We saw that
He's right.
In New Zealand and Australia, which also had zero COVID strategies, and they were able to really prime their population with some baseline immunity to the virus before the virus was introduced when they opened up, and that served them extraordinarily well.
Yeah, like I actually think that especially New Zealand did an incredible job when it came to handling the pandemic. Like they actually like took care in order to like keep each other safe, as well as took the responsibility on amongst themselves in order to actually go get vaccinated and everything, and follow what their top doctor was saying. Like New Zealand is an excellent example when it comes down to the like what China could have done better. 100%. Like that being said, though, New Zealand is a smaller country, both in size and population. But for the most part, they did a fairly well a fairly good job, which I think China could easily learn for sure.
China, unfortunately, just didn't do it to the same degree, and sadly, I think we're going to watch a very large wave impact China, and it's already starting to unfold.
Okay, we have to leave it there. Dr. Isaac Bogosh joins us from Toronto.
All right, let's move on to Trudeau being questioned by Global News.
Was a big year, a tumultuous year. There were so many world events going on, so let's start with that. Russia.
Yeah, this year was actually kind of wild, not gonna lie. We had the China shit popping off. We had those fucking clowns that were protesting mandates when there were no fucking mandates within their provinces. We had the Russia-Ukraine stuff popping off. You know, there's a whole fuck ton of things that happened this year. It was a really eventful year, all things considered.
Is now completely isolated by the West. Its war in Ukraine is dragging on into a second year, causing incredible hardship for so many people in Ukraine. China has urged de-escalation, but at the same time is strengthening its ties with Russia. It feels like a very unstable time. So let's start with China. You describe it as an increasingly disruptive world power. Is China becoming the enemy of the West?
Yes.
No, I think that's the wrong frame. I think China is...
Yes, they 100% are becoming the enemy of the West. Like, we're essentially using the old Red Scare propaganda against China that we have against the USSR. It's fairly similar, all things considering, outside of like a couple minor differences, you know, one being a racist aspect to it, considering that the USSR were like the Soviet Union was mostly white, so there's that aspect of it that's a little bit different. But like for the most part, we're just seeing recycled old Red Scare propaganda.
It's growing to be the second largest economy in the world. It is the second largest economy in the world, growing perhaps
to be number one
in the coming decades, and therefore it's a country we have to deal with. It's a country that provides opportunities for economic ties and cooperation in certain areas like climate change and protecting nature. But
I mean, comparative to like other large nations with power and everything like that, China has actually been doing a fairly good job when it comes to getting rid of like fossil fuels and everything like that. The only time that wasn't the case is when they had not enough power due to some failing systems due to storms and stuff, or natural disasters. Like, it's something that for the most part China has been fairly good on. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, their emissions may be a little bit higher, but there's also a lot more people living in China. There's over 1 billion people living there. So, I mean, of course, but like per capita, China is fairly low, all things considered. Like, they're crushing us per capita.
But at the same time, it's a country that has very different goals and very different values than Canadians or than our allied countries. And we have to be very, very clear about where we can look to cooperate or compete with China and where we're going to need to challenge China. And being direct and open about that is, I think, a really important thing.
The UK Prime Minister said the golden era with the UK's relationship with China is over. And he suggested that, you know...
Probably because they can't take advantage of China anymore, and they actually have to abide by Chinese laws and shit. That's probably why Rishi Sunak is saying that.
Perhaps all the trade and that approach that we've taken over the last couple of decades has been naive and even wishful thinking. Do you agree with that?
I think there is a sense that we all sort of expected that more we trade, as you lift millions or hundreds of millions of people out of poverty into the middle class, as China has been able to do over the past decades with economic liberalization,
there was an expectation that it would end up in free and open democracy the way it has for us. And people have now questioned that that's not automatic.
What?
And I think that hopefulness that people
But like the standard of living in China is significantly better than it is here. Like what? Like for the most part, like people in China understand as long as they keep their head down and don't say anything bad about the government, the government's gonna have their back, right? It's like a giant brother, or it's like a big brother relationship essentially.
had, that with economic advancement would come some of the values that we build our societies around. There's a little more realism to understand that China has a very different frame, and the Chinese government specifically will. But it doesn't mean that you can paint everyone with the same brush, because the Chinese community here in Canada, or Chinese communities in Western countries around the world, are thriving in our open liberal democracies. So it really is a focus on what the Chinese government itself is choosing to do, and keeping in mind that Canada is a country with deep people-to-people ties with Chinese citizens, and there are opportunities for us to deepen those economic ties, while at the same time highlighting very clearly the areas of disagreement and the constructive approach we need to have to making sure that the international order or global rules work.
You are aware of the stories that Global News has done, the reporting on the fact that you and other ministers have been briefed on interference by China in Canada's democratic process. Are you aware if the results in any federal ridings in federal elections were affected by that interference?
Thank you for asking that question, and thank you to Global for doing such important work in highlighting the ongoing challenges of interference by China and other countries into Canada, into our democratic systems, but also into the Chinese-Canadian community, who are always the first targets of Chinese government interference.
I mean, it's not just the Chinese community, it tends to be like the Asian community in general.
What Canadians can be reassured by, what Canadians need to know, is that we put in place an independent panel of top experts ahead of the 2019 election and for the 2021 election to ensure that the integrity of our elections in every riding across the country was not compromised, and they can confirm that our election integrity held, despite the fact that interference by foreign countries, including China, is an ongoing reality day in.
I mean, it's not like we don't interfere in like elections for in other countries, right? So it's just something that happens. Like it happened, like it allegedly happens here. I know we do it like overseas or in other countries where we want to keep a fascist dictator in charge because they're friendly with the West and will cut deals with corporations in order to remain in power. Like 100%, like we do aid in that shit for sure.
Day in and day out in our economies, but our elections held.
Well, I understand that there wasn't, I think the terminology, there wasn't significant impact. Was there any impact, though? Is it possible it didn't sway the entire election, but it may have swung some ridings?
No. The reporting is
I honestly doubt it. Like, I honestly don't think that would have like been the case, because like we tend to see that whenever these countries like attack us and like try and sway the votes, it tends to be more conservative. Like, because they know for a fact that they're like those conservative leaders are just gonna completely eviscerate the fucking country, right? Like it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when.
Analysis shows that it didn't have a significant impact on any of the ridings, but of course that there is any interference in our democracies and our democratic processes is a very serious thing. And that's why we brought in measures. We've continued to strengthen measures. We're going to continue to...
And like, all things considered, like, Elections Canada is actually like fairly safe. Like, Elections Canada does a very good job on that kind of stuff.
Make sure that our security officials and agencies have the capacity to counter interference, to protect communities that are more vulnerable to foreign interference. This is something that Canadians expect, and it's something that we will do and continue to do.
Do we have the mechanisms and the laws in place to really deal with this? Or do we need new laws? Is your government working on new legislation?
I'm sure we already have laws.
We need more. We always need more. We've done more over the past few years than any previous government. When the current leader of the opposition was the elections minister under the previous government, they didn't do anything around foreign interference. So
Unsurprising.
we started from next to nothing to step up on protecting our democracies. Of course, it was in an era following Brexit and Trump and allegations in France and elsewhere. So we saw foreign interference was starting to be a real thing in all of our free and open countries, and therefore we built mechanisms and ways for our agencies to lean in and take care of that. But there's always going to be more to do because it keeps iterating, and we're going to keep doing it.
I think the UK has actually introduced legislation, foreign interference legislation. Is there something in the works here in Canada?
We're looking at a range of things, yes. We're looking at what our allies are doing, what's most effective, what suits us. But yeah, we're going to be doing more.
We're not the only country grappling with this, of course. In the UK in July, the MI5 and FBI held a joint news conference, which was quite extraordinary for the heads of those two organizations, to talk about foreign interference. And they said that China is the biggest long-term threat to our economic and national...
It's kind of ironic coming from them, considering that, you know, they as well as like the CIA engage in foreign interference in elections all the goddamn time. Like, it's really ironic, right?
National security. They even issued a public alert in the UK about a woman working covertly on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party who facilitated donations to an MP. They named the MP, they named the woman. Is it unreasonable to ask for more transparency?
We've known about that for a while.
We know that Canadians...
Yes, we 100%. They should be transparent about everything, and if they're not, we should be able to ridicule them for it. But the thing is we've seen time and time again, the opposition to the Liberals is always going to fucking bitch and moan about it. But like, it doesn't matter, right? Like, transparency should be like high on the priority list, and the fact that it isn't is completely and utterly ridiculous.
Need to be reassured. Canadians deserve to know what's going on. At the same time, these are matters of national...
Like, for example, like, remember when it came down to the federal government requesting that everyone be like in the House and the Senate being transparent when it comes down to who's been vaccinated and not or not, and you know, the fucking hogs were like losing their shit because they probably weren't vaccinated and all that, and they'd have to sit at home and not be able to sit in the chamber. Like, remember that? Like, we know who's willing to be transparent and who's not. Because they fucking bitch and moan when they have to be transparent.
Security, so we do have to be careful about that. But what I've asked is for our top intelligence officials and all the people who have that information to appear before parliamentary committee and share as much as they possibly can with Canadians. Understanding that the base concern that everyone has is, oh my God, were our elections compromised by foreign interference? And on that one, we can already say and are saying, no, they have held, but we're going to have to make sure we're continuing to be vigilant in the future.
Can I ask you if you've seen anything in our reporting that is wrong? Are we getting things wrong about the level of interference? Because we have Information from CSIS investigations that the interference in Canada allegedly involved payments through intermediaries to a clandestine network that included candidates affiliated with the Chinese Communist Party, that China was placing agents inside the offices of MPs. Are you aware of that?
Now, first of all, it's really important.
I don't even know if I believe that, to be perfectly honest. Like, because like I said, this just sounds like McCarthyism, right? It just sounds like McCarthyism and reused old Soviet era Red Scare propaganda. Like, honestly, that's what it sounds like to me.
That journalists keep pushing and asking questions and highlighting concerns. That's part of how our democracy works well, and it's really, really important. What I was, and people will understand that I have to be very deliberate when I talk about issues around national security and things that we know to not compromise operations or various things. But first of all, ensuring that despite all these allegations in reporting, people know that our election integrity held is pretty important and pretty basic, and I would put emphasis on that perhaps wasn't as strong in the reporting because people are raising concerns, and that's fair. But the other thing I'll say, and I have said it, I never got in all the briefings and all the serious briefings I never got briefings on candidates receiving money from China. And so that's something that we know. Getting further into details, we know there is ongoing interference in Canada, and we're going to continue to try and counter it. And ultimately, our election integrity held, and we're going to continue to try and be open and transparent as much as we can on some fairly delicate national security issues.
I think just to clarify the point, I don't think our reporting has ever said that you were briefed specifically on candidates and naming candidates, but that a clandestine network of covert operation that funneled money.
Again,
people ask me, are you parsing your words?
Well, I am being careful because we're talking about very important issues of national security that involve operations and issues that you have to be thoughtful about. When I get ultra top secret briefings on what's going on, there are limits on what I can share with people and what I can't. But the reality is, that's why I've asked our top intelligence officials to appear before a parliamentary committee to share what they know. But we also have a national security and intelligence committee of parliamentarians who are cleared up to the top secret levels to be able to dig into this on behalf of all Canadians with that openness. Because we created the NSICOP committee so that parliamentarians could get the full top secret briefings on these things and reassure all Canadians that it's not a partisan or government thing, that they are actually engaging in from all different perspectives.
All right, let's move on to Russia's war in Ukraine. We're now heading into 2023 with no end in sight. Is this becoming a war of attrition?
If it is, the combined steadfastness and resolve of Ukrainians and the West together will outlast Russia. We're seeing tremendously negative impacts on the Russian economy, on the Russian people because of Putin's terrible decision to invade a neighboring country. But we are hopeful that it will not last indefinitely. We are ready to stick with it as long as possible, and we know that for all the challenges Canadians are facing with inflation, with food prices, with energy prices, it's much worse in Europe, and it's much worse for Ukrainians. When we're dealing with higher prices in the grocery store, which is no fun and hurts, Ukrainians are paying with their lives, and yet they are standing up against this illegal bullying invasion behavior by Russia that we all need to stand with. And quite frankly, when we released the Ukraine sovereignty bonds a few weeks ago so that ordinary Canadians could support the Ukrainian people, the Ukrainian government, we were overwhelmed with the response. They got overly subscribed, even though Canadians are hurting because times are tough right now. They still chose to step up and support Ukraine because they know that it's the right thing to do.
Do you think there's anything on the horizon in 2023 that might change the equation here? Are there any conditions under which you think the West and NATO countries should negotiate with Vladimir Putin?
First of all, it's not for us to decide to negotiate with Vladimir Putin. Ukrainians are paying with their lives. They are standing up to defend their country, their territorial integrity, and standing up for the principles that underpin all of our democracies at the same time. It's them who get to decide if they've had enough or if they want to negotiate. And every conversation I've had with Volodymyr Zelensky or other Ukrainians shows that they are ready to stand strong and push back against Russia as long as it takes, and we will stand with them as long as they need to.
I want to ask you about the cost of living, which you raised. Inflation is hovering around 7%. You know, the Bank of Canada has raised interest rates multiple times. It's causing such hardship for people in this country. I want to play you a clip, if you don't mind. We've done multiple stories about the cost of living, and this one in particular surprised a lot of us.
So people are so desperate, they're coming here for food, but then they're asking you about assisted suicide?
Yes.
What?
People ask you about
Yes.
assisted suicide?
Yes. When I say that this is an emergency in the community, people
Bro, that's depressing. The fuck?
who are living at the bottom income percentile in our community are talking to us now about taking their own lives because it's too hard to be poor any longer.
That's the CEO of the Mississauga Food Bank, and we were stunned by that. What goes through your mind when you hear that?
It's heartbreaking, and it deepens my resolve to do everything I can to be there for people. Inflation is a global phenomenon. It's linked to the war in Ukraine, linked to the disruption of supply chains happened by the pandemic, and it's hitting everyone around the world. The fact that it's hitting Canada slightly less hard than most of our fellow countries isn't even a tiny bit of reassurance to any family who's visiting a food bank for the first time or losing hope like that. And that's why we've had to step up, and we will continue to step up. We've moved forward with targeted supports, doubling the GST supports for 6 months, moving forward on cutting childcare fees in half this year, which is making a huge difference in the lives of a whole bunch of families with young kids who we know are extra vulnerable. We're moving forward with dental care for families that otherwise couldn't afford it or would have to make impossible choices to afford it. We're giving a top up for low-income renters. We're doing a number of things, and we'll continue to do more. But we know that times are really tough for Canadians, and Canadians
I mean, they've been tough for a while, though. Right? Like, even pre-COVID. Like, COVID just accelerated things for sure.
As we saw from all the volunteers at the food banks, are trying to be there for each other, and the governments are working to try and be there for people. And we will make it through this because we've been through tough times before, but seeing people lose hope like that is absolutely heartbreaking, and it just deepens my resolve to continue to be stepping up with direct supports for Canadians, with direct help for as many people as we can.
Direct supports, you don't mean the kind of pandemic-style supports, you don't mean that?
No, well, one of the challenges with an inflation crisis is we have to be targeted in our supports. If we were to just pump lots more money into the economy, the prices of everything would go up, and there'd have to be even higher interest rates. So we need to make sure we're targeting those supports. But that's why what we're doing for 11 million households with doubling the GST rebate, what we're doing with dental care, what we're doing with low-income rental supports, what we're doing with child care are all things that support people who need that help while we're getting through without making the situation worse. And getting that balance right is an ongoing challenge for us that we're going to continue to step up on, because we know, and this is the tough part of this year. You can talk to Canadians and hear from them. They know next year's going to be tough too. It's going to be a tough year.
It's probably going to be worse than this year, to be perfectly honest. Like, if if price leadership continues within like the grocery store, within grocery stores, it's going to make things even worse. And like the price hikes in gas is not going to help either.
Global recession fears, slowing down of the global economy, interest rates continuing to be high, inflation still lingering. It's going to be tough, and that's why we need to continue to stick around for each other. We need to continue to be investing to support people. That's how we get through this. That's how we get to the other side, where some of the other things we're doing, like securing jobs in critical minerals and renewable energy and green steel and ensuring better immigration policies that are going to lead to more jobs. These kinds of things are going to lead us to a better future in the coming year or two. But the coming winter is going to be tough for people, and that's where we need to continue to pull together.
I know that Indigenous issues and reconciliation has been a huge priority from you. From the day you became Prime Minister, you said that there's no relationship more important to you. This year, you visited a number of First Nations, including the Tk'emlúps Nation and the James Smith Cree Nation. You were just there. How have those visits and seeing the grief, the pain, meeting people in person, how has that changed you?
You know, in 2015, when Canadians elected our government with a clear mandate to do more on reconciliation, to really lean in a way.
Realistically, like the younger population just wanted the legal pot at the time, and like now we're only keeping you in because we see how fucking egregious the opposition is, and it's more or less of just like, oh well, you know, liberals are gonna fuck us over less than the conservatives, so we might as well keep them in, right? And like when it came down to like the 2015 election and everything, it was just more or less that people were getting fucking tired of Harper. Understandably so, right? Like we're seeing similar things with Justin Trudeau as well.
That would change the trajectory of the history of this country. It was something genuine from all Canadians. There's no question about that. That was the unfinished business of Confederation that we were happy to and charged to take on. But when the unmarked graves started to be found this year, something that Indigenous communities...
It wasn't even just this year though, it was last year, right? Like last year is when it was popping off. This year, like, we just kept finding more and more.
These had long known that they had loved ones go off to school and never returned. Something that people who had read the reports, the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, well knew. But it's one thing to know it, it's another thing to see those graves. It's another thing to walk amongst the community where people are being ripped open once again by the loss and anguish.
I mean, the thing is, though, is like, even though it's incredibly painful and everything, like, some individuals are getting some form of closure, right? To know where, you know, where their daughters went, or where their sons went, or their sisters or their brothers, right? And they want the government and the church to take responsibility and make things significant and make things better.
And it brings a renewed sense of urgency to this, of understanding that the harm of residential schools, the harm of policies of assimilation and indifference towards Indigenous peoples over decades and centuries in this country lasts today in very, very real ways. visit the downtown
True.
east side of Vancouver, visit communities across the country where poverty rates in Indigenous communities are astronomical compared to everywhere else. Those are not.
I wonder why that is. I wonder why there's a higher rate of poverty amongst Indigenous communities compared to like the white suburbs. I wonder why that is.
Only current challenges. They're challenges anchored in generations of trauma passed on from one to the next. And that's where the work we need to do two things, not just to invest and support those communities, but to make sure that as we're there to support, those communities are directing their own future, are in charge of their institutions, are in charge of their healing, is the one thing that had never been done before. Like,
I mean, giving a hand to them, though, isn't necessarily a bad thing.
governments have always been trying to say, okay, here, we'll build you a new school, we'll build you a new health center, we'll fix this, we'll give you that.
I mean, that is a start for sure. Like, that definitely would help offset some of the poverty with it, like amongst the communities for sure. But there's a lot more that we can do, right? We just need to talk to the Indigenous leaders and see what they actually need from us, right?
Not enough asking of what is it that you need and how do we give you what you want, and for not having asked for so many generations or decades, now getting the capacity to create those answers is a slow process as well. So there's an urgency that infuses everything we do on reconciliation, but there's a need to take the time to get it right, because we cannot just perpetuate the kind of top-down colonialism that got us into this horrific situation in the first place.
He's right. He is unironically right about that.
What you wanted to do towards
God, no.
reconciliation?
God, no, there's so much more to do. I mean, we have made huge advances, and you can see it and feel it in a whole bunch of communities. And one of the communities that found the unmarked graves, Cowessess in Saskatchewan, it was the second community to come forward. When I went to visit them, it was not just to recognize that loss, but it was also to sign the very first agreement under Child and Family Services that meant kids at risk from that community would no longer be removed from that community and put in foster homes, hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away. They would be kept in their communities, in their language, in their culture. And that's the beginning of changing the dynamic and the future for kids at risk because of intergenerational trauma.
And paternalistic colonial attitudes.
All that. But that's one community. There are so many more to do. So we're making real steps.
There are dozens that have been affected by it, and just one is a start. There still is a lot of work that needs to get done when it comes down to mending wounds from colonial times, and like even now, right? Like we still like beat the shit out of them when they protest a pipeline going through their limited amount of land that we gave them.
But it's going to take time.
One of the big events of 2022 was your decision to invoke the Emergencies Act in February. How confident are you that the inquiry into the use of the act will agree that it was justified?
I mean, to be perfectly honest, I honestly think that they're going to agree on this. Like the fact that like we have all the evidence and everything now, like out in the open, like publicly and everything. I honestly think that after hearing the testimonies, hearing, what the recommendations were and everything, I honestly think that the inquiry will agree with the usage of the Emergencies Act. And like personally, after hearing like all the shit that even I didn't know was going on, like I think it was a good thing. I honestly wish it would have been sooner. But understandably, there was those fears that he rightfully had, right? So it's I think that the inquiry will agree with him.
I know that as a government, we took this decision incredibly seriously. We didn't go into it lightly. We made sure that we move forward with time-limited, targeted, reasonable measures that didn't bypass the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And we did it in a way that we felt it was absolutely reasonable to do. Now, the inquiry...
But you were operating in real time then, right?
Yes.
You were making quick decisions,
Yes.
and we know that from seeing the inquiry and all of that.
Well, he actually waited on some decisions, like if he should actually use the inquiry, because if I remember correctly, it was like a week or two before he actually decided to invoke it after recommendations from the Governor General or whoever it was. So he was being incredibly cautious, going over every option he had, and I think that's inherently that was an inherently good thing. Like, I completely agree with the usage of it.
Evidence that's good.
But like, the main question that I have is, where is this going to leave us later, right? Because they do end up agreeing with him and everything. Who's not to say, let's say hypothetically Pierre Poilievre becomes prime minister. Who's not to say he's going to do that for like a political movement that he doesn't agree with, right? Like, it definitely does open up a can of worms that we need to take into consideration.
Forward. Retrospectively, as that is picked over, that becomes you look at it through a different lens, right? So I'm saying, if you look at it now through the lens of several months later, do you feel you did the right thing, or that
Yes.
it was justified? There's no question.
Yes.
First of all, the commission is going to examine whether, with the information at the time, we made the right decision in the moment, because hindsight is a lot clearer on that. But even with hindsight, we look back, and it was resolved with no loss of life, with no serious injuries. This was something that had lingered for 3 weeks across the country, where there were weapons, where there were threats of violence, where there were real challenges to citizens being harmed in a whole bunch of different ways by this, the occupation in Ottawa, the economic impact of border crossings.
And like, I've had this conversation with a bunch of fucking idiots who have not like watched any little bit of the inquiry, or who know very limited amount of information that was actually what the fuck was going on during that period of time. Like, initially when I covered it, and even up till now, right? Like, the 200 rapid fire assault rifles that were lost is terrifying. Like, I've spoken to some of my friends about that, and they're like, yeah, no, that's kind of scary, that we have no idea where 200 fully automatic firearms went, right? That are also unmarked. As well as, there being like literal fucking neo-Nazis at these events, like harassing people for even doing something as simple as like wearing a mask by their own personal choice, because there was no mandates in place, and they didn't agree with their premier's decision, or had fucking psychopaths saying that they're going to be killing the prime minister and RCMP officers who stand in their way, like both in downtown Ottawa and in Coots. Like, I honestly think it was justified. Like, we know who's responsible for it. When you have, like, fucking clowns like Pat King and everything, like, even, like, the organizers themselves had no fucking clue what was going on. Like, there's... I completely think it was justified.
And it was resolved in a very time-limited, measured way. I am confident we did the right thing, but I really wish still we hadn't had to. I wish police could have solved it without the federal government having...
But, like, we already know that wasn't going to be the case because the police were leaking information to the organizers of the convoy. So it inevitably had to come down to them using the Emergencies Act. Which, you know, honestly, those people that were leaking information, I should 100% think should be put underneath investigation. Like, if not completely fired to begin with.
To step in.
That's what I wonder. In retrospect, would you have done anything differently in the lead up to
No.
that and then during those 4 weeks? You at one point said Canadians were angry at the unvaccinated and that a fringe minority of people hold unacceptable views. You know, there's a sense
He's right,
that
though.
fired up more anger. In retrospect, was that necessary for you to say?
I think there was a lot.
I mean, it doesn't matter if it was necessary to say or not. He was right. He's right, though. Like, we know who's responsible behind what was going on, right? Like, sorry, but the truth hurts.
A lot of anger and frustration on all sides because the pandemic was in an unbelievably difficult situation. People were isolated and fearful and going through mental health challenges, and people were dying. People were dying because we didn't have access to vaccines at first. And then people were dying because they didn't get vaccinated and they were putting other people at risk.
I know.
And I think there was a lot of people...
That specific term that people held unacceptable views. That's the thing that really seems to
See, okay, well then let me break that down a little bit in as a clear way as I can. There have always been people who, for various reasons, personal, cultural, various things,
political,
have been hesitated to get vaccinated. I know yoga instructors and vegan moms who haven't wanted to get vaccinated for all sorts of real reasons, and that's fine. And
the vegan
obviously
moms.
That's their choice. Nobody was forced to get vaccinated, and that's really important. However, there were people out there who were actively spreading misinformation and disinformation, causing people to doubt science, even as doctors
He's right.
and leaders were trying to convince people to do the right thing, get vaccinated. There were people out there trying to scare them into not getting vaccinated.
He's
And
right.
every family I heard about who was sitting beside the bedside of a loved one, unvaccinated, dying of COVID because they didn't get vaccinated, regretting bitterly that they'd listened to the YouTube channel that told them that the vaccines were more
It's either that or they go deeper down into the fucking alt-right pipeline and get even more fucking ridiculous. Because they don't want to fucking believe it, right? Like, it's the whole, like, those people that were promoting that shit, like the whole, like, COVID vaccine bullshit, are now, like, slinging like everything at the wall to see what sticks, and right now it's like fucking, I don't know, drag queens are grooming children or some bullshit like that because, you know, one drag queen read a story to a bunch of children. Like, it's fucking psychotic.
Dangerous than the virus. That is something that I think needed to be called out, and calling people out who are putting at risk the lives of Canadians and the well-being of Canadians is something that is the job of a Prime Minister.
Can I ask you to reflect a little bit on public life and being in politics? You've been an MP for 15 years. You're going into your 8th year as Prime Minister.
Yeah.
I want to show you
It's a lot of stress.
video. It's a little bit of a...
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, it'll be okay.
Facial hair do I have on that one?
Yeah. Remember that video when the PPC vote crowd, you know, decided to like physically assault him and shit? Yeah, that was unacceptable, man. Like don't get me wrong, I fucking hate Justin Trudeau, but still, like that's unacceptable. Doesn't
When
make
you
him
watch that, do you
doesn't make
reflect
him look
on
good.
how much the political climate has changed between when you were first elected and now?
You could have shown the opening of my first campaign office in 2008, I guess, in my very first election, where we had 150 people outside chanting and protesting me in politics. There are always going to be people in this extraordinary diverse country who disagree, sometimes quite passionately, with whoever's in power. And that's a really important thing in our country. It's really important that people get to express themselves. And
But when they're causing physical harm and screaming for, you know, fucking people that they don't agree with to like die and like they want to fucking murder them, is that really acceptable though? Like, I honestly don't think so, right?
there are continuing to be rooms that I can go into or parts of the country I go to where people are incredibly happy to see me, and more than people are unhappy to see me. But you can't govern for 8 years now and do significant things as we have and keep everybody on side all the time. There are going to be people who disagree with any position that we take.
I totally understand that, but it seems to me the degree of vitriol, as I have covered you over since you became Prime Minister, is worse now. And I don't mean that only for you. I mean that for all the political leaders. That being in public life now, you have to have...
I mean, like, NDP supporters don't like him because, like, he's not really fucking doing anything. Like, he sometimes does, but that's only because we have a minority government. When it came down to, like, a majority, they didn't really fucking do anything outside of, like, the legalization of marijuana. Like, that's it.
Have a thicker skin, I think, than you did a couple of decades ago. I mean, it is in your face. It is, you know, the F Trudeau chants and the flags. And I know that, you know, the leader of the opposition and the leader of the NDP have faced a lot of hatred too. What does that tell you about public life in Canada?
I mean, the Conservatives 100% like deserve it though, because they're the ones that are fucking telling people like, hey, let's fucking kill Justin Trudeau, right? Like, they're not even trying, like, they're not even pretending to hide it anymore.
It tells me we need more good people to get involved in politics, and it's hard to convince people to get involved in politics now. It's harder to find good candidates.
I mean, when it comes down to that, it's more or less of like, you know, generally generally a rule of thumb tends to be like those who don't want like any authority or power tend to be the best leaders, right? That isn't necessarily always the case. Those people are not necessarily a monolith, but generally speaking, they tend to be, right? Like people, like, I live in a very conservative area, right? And I've talked about, like, I have actually talked about, like, very progressive, you know, things, right? You know, like, public housing that's free, increasing, more spending and expanding upon healthcare, you know, so much, like progressive shit and everything. And like, this coming from very conservative people, like they said that I should unironically run for like run in politics and that they would vote for me. The thing is though is I don't want to do so. Like I don't like having any form of authority, right? Like especially like something big like that. But that's just me though. Like maybe that's a reason that, you know, maybe I should, right? But it's more of a wait and see, like what would happen. Like after being like encouraged by people that like I don't even like that I don't agree with like entirely, like telling me that I should, like it's made me reconsider, right?
It's harder to convince people to step forward and represent their communities. But because of that, the one thing I also have found over the past months and year, as we've seen more vitriol from some quarters, there's more and more people stepping up to say, thank you for what you're doing. I don't agree with everything you're doing, but thank you for doing it in really thoughtful ways. I know it's not easy, but you're doing the best you can. You're doing a good job, and it really matters. And
he's not doing the best he can.
Canadians didn't do that as much.
You can do much better
as they do now, because it is a reaction to the fact that there is a lot of negativity in politics, but it's all more reason to stay focused on what I got elected for, what everyone gets elected for, is to serve your community and make things better for your neighbors.
You're going into your 8th year. Do you ever think, I just want to get out of this?
I think the first time I thought I've made a terrible mistake was the weekend after I first got elected back in 2008. I mean, anyone who's doing any challenging job will also go through reflections on, how much more can I do? But I realize how much there is to do, and what we've been able to accomplish with an extraordinary team of diverse Canadians serving this country, going through some really tough times. I mean, we started with Trump, and then we had a pandemic, and then we had convoys and war in Ukraine. There are really big issues around the world right now, and Canadians, as I travel around the world and talk with other world leaders, they sort of look at me with envy because I get to serve Canadians. And Canadians are incredibly thoughtful and positive and ambitious. And
we're just passive aggressive.
Yes, even though we're facing really tough times right now, like everyone around the world, we're positioned. We just hit second in the world on battery supply chains. We're positioned to be a supplier of energy in a net zero world that decades from now is going to be essential. We're moving towards green steel, green aluminum at a time when the world needs it. We've got a diverse, open population, open to immigration, growing population, more than our G7 counterparts. The world looks at Canada and goes, oh my God, you guys are well positioned. And of course, for us here at home, we don't pay much attention to that. We focus on the challenges we're facing. But there is so much to be proud of in this country. There is so much to know that we are capable of meeting and conquering any challenge that comes our way, that for me, it is the greatest privilege of my life to be able to serve Canadians in this role, and to know that I'm going to get to do it for many more years.
All right, Prime Minister, thank you.
Thank you, Donna.
All right.
Well, this.
Go. What I want to play. Where is it? Right. In here. Be underneath here. yeah, this is what I wanted to do. So, yeah, let's get into this.
Hi there, I'm Rosemary Barton. Here's what's been at issue this year.
This afternoon, I stepped down as leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition.
The Emergencies Act is not something that's been used ever, but it exists for a reason.
Today, we woke up to a changed world. Russia has launched a brutal and unprovoked attack on Ukraine.
What we've been able to do is to use our power in this minority government to get help to people.
It clearly is not adequate support to continue on as leader.
Together, we have done the impossible. We have made history.
They don't need a government to run their lives. They need a government that can run a passport office.
I'm going to be the premier of all Quebec.
There are still some difficult days ahead for Canada's economy.
We will continue to do everything we can to stand against the Iranian regime.
We are finally telling the federal government, no more. It's time to stand up for Alberta.
What we're calling for today is just a meeting to sit down with the Prime Minister to have the discussion about a fair and sustainable funding for the future of healthcare in our country.
Just some of the political moments of 2022, one of those moments where you remember how much happened, and who better to look back at some of the highs, lows, and political first than with the At Issue panel. Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, Althea Raj, and Elamine Abdul-Mahmoud. That's our...
Yeah, there was a gigantic... like, this year was very eventful, to say the least.
A producer, Ariel, who always manages to put the year together in 1 minute, and there's a lot that happened. So we're going to go through some key questions to all of you as quickly as we can. Andrew, first one to you. One word to describe the year in politics and why.
For me, it's exhausting. There was a lot that was fucking popping off this year.
Unmoored, I guess I would say. This is a year in which a lot of things that we thought were settled or stable or set in stone for many years, if not decades, became kind of unhinged, untethered from their previous mooring. So inflation, for example, which would remain stable for 30 years before this, really made a break.
No, it wasn't 30 years.
There was a peace in Europe that was going to last for a long time, that countries wouldn't be invading each other. We thought the stability of the democratic and constitutional order in the United States, and yes, even in Canada, we thought those were pretty much not going to be questioned. And all these things seem to be in play now. All these things seem to be things that we can't necessarily take for granted. And it's not at all clear that the political parties, the main ones, have connected themselves to that new fact and are really addressing this very changed world that we're in.
Elamine.
Reactive is my word. I would say that a lot of governments, not all the governments, but a lot of governments have spent most of the year reacting instead of being proactive, instead of sort of exerting their will, their political will on the world. I think starting the year with the signals that inflation was going to continue to get worse and worse, then the invasion in Ukraine, and then from there on, it's just been a lot of being reactive to the world instead of specifically trying to shape it.
Chantal.
Ironic.
And
That's
I'm not
ironic.
so sure that Canadians are as polarized as their political parties would want them to be. And I'll give you two examples. Vaccine mandates, which started off as a suggestion by a Liberal strategist that it was the way to a Liberal majority in an election, and led us to the convoy and to Pierre Poilievre using it as a springboard to a first ballot leadership victory, which involved a campaign, a leadership campaign, that didn't see a lot of...
I mean, to be fair, though, all of those fucking hogs were insane. So realistically, you could have replaced Polyev with literally any one of those fucking unhinged psychos, and nothing would have changed. To be completely honest.
Policies being debated. Because it was all over about the wedge and polarizing, and more recently, the Liberal moves on gun control, which in large part are an attempt to create new wedges. I'm not sure how Canadians react to the notion their political leadership is inviting them into us versus them conversations at a time when probably a lot of Canadians need politicians to be talking to each other rather than pitting them against each other.
Althea.
I also had polarized for many of the same points that Chantal made. I feel like this year, instead of working together, we saw party leaders really try to score points by dividing Canadians and speaking to Canadians in certain groups. The Freedom Convoy is obviously a prime example, which flowed, as Chantal noted, into Pierre Poilievre's leadership. Also, gun control, but also I would lump in some of the things that Andrew talked about in terms of the use of the notwithstanding clause, which was deeply polarizing. Bill 96, which became law earlier this year, also deeply polarizing. So to me, that is really...
I mean, but like that's for understandable reasons though, right? Like when it tramples on like protected freedoms of citizens in order to make their fucking lives worse, like what we saw with the QP shit in Ontario, like, yeah, understandably, like, it's gonna be incredibly fucking polarizing.
The word of 2022.
Elamine, what was the biggest political win of the year?
I think the biggest political win of the year was probably Justin Trudeau's testimony at the Emergency Act inquiry.
100%.
That inquiry was going just fine for the Liberal Party.
Completely agree.
Great, but his sort of last day testimony did seem to pull it out of the political fire. I'm not sure that he made the legal case for the use of the act, but I think he sort of landed the political one, and I think a lot of people were surprised by that.
Completely agree.
Biggest win.
I picked François Legault. He's the first Quebec premier, Quebec incumbent, to win a second majority victory since René Lévesque. That's a hell of a long time ago.
Yeah.
But in the process, this party that he created, it's a very young party, has endured and survived successfully a first term, but also it has crushed and rendered almost irrelevant the two main parties that define Quebec, the Quebec Liberals and the Parti québécois. There are 3 Parti québécois members left in the National Assembly. So this second victory basically has obliterated the line that defined Quebec politics for decades until 2018. I think that's a big victory.
Big win, Andrew Coyne.
I would say Pierre Poilievre's win as the Conservative leader was sweeping and massive, huge majority across the country in a way that left him being...
I mean, it was really funny watching those fucking hogs tear each other apart, though. It was so entertaining. And yeah, like, it doesn't fucking matter. He's most likely going to lose. Like, anyone who thinks that he's actually going to win is psychotic. Like, there's no shot that he's actually going to win. Like, you can replace him with literally any other psycho that was on that panel and nothing would change.
Beholden to no section of the party, and rather similar to Chantal's point, kind of erased some of the existing divisions within the party, at least for now. This is
No.
the Pierre Poilievre party.
No, it did not. It actually divided the Conservative Party even more than what it already was. The Conservative Party right now is very polarized.
Right now, absolutely unholy.
Althea?
I said the Emergencies Act, not so much Mr. Trudeau's testimony, but the government's use of the Emergencies Act.
Also agree.
It was a situation where it felt like our institutions were crumbling. The province, Ontario, decided, frankly, not to show up. And the federal Liberals turned a situation where they could have looked helpless to Canadians and to the international community, frankly, into a big win. And yes, that culminated in Mr. Trudeau's very successful 5-hour grilling at the inquiry. But, you know, the Liberals came out of that rather better than they went in. And that to me is the...
I mean, yeah, it made Justin Trudeau look incredibly good. Despite the fact that, you know, like, on the other hand, you had a bunch of, like, psychotic hogs, like, squealing about, like, nothing. Right? And, like, have no fucking clue, like, why they were there or what they were doing. Like, Justin Trudeau looked really good for that.
The year.
Okay, Chantal, what was the biggest political surprise of the year?
And I'm going to go back to what others picked, which was, but for different reasons, the Prime Minister's performance at the Willow Commission. One, it showed something that is really interesting, that you can be the Prime Minister for, 6 or 7 years and still be underestimated, which is the best place to be in politics, frankly. And this
Not
is
necessarily.
the kind of performance that should have made the Conservatives look up and say, this government will not necessarily defeat itself for us. We're going to have to raise our game. But it has also convinced a lot of Liberals that it is the right thing to do to have Mr. Trudeau lead them in a fourth campaign. A year ago, some people who probably should have known better were...
I mean, that's when his popularity was the lowest, though, right? And I think with the usage of the Emergencies Act and the Emergencies Act inquiry, like after his testimony, as well as, you know, the violence that we saw against him also helped him as well, right? Like, honestly, like, he's looking fairly good comparative to the opposition.
Going on the record saying in 2022, Justin Trudeau will step down. Well, no one's talking about that now.
No, they're not. Andrew, biggest surprise?
I think the Ottawa occupation, it was certainly a surprise to the Ottawa authorities and the police.
Yeah.
But
and to the people who lived here.
Really wasn't.
But more broadly, it had an enormous impact on the Canadian politics. It led directly to the decommissioning of Erin O'Toole, for example, and just it was an extraordinary thing that I don't think a week before anybody would really have predicted.
Althea?
Same thing. The Frida convoy's arrival, especially in Ottawa. Yes, it led to Erin O'Toole's removal, although I'm pretty sure that would have happened regardless. But it led to Pierre Poilievre's massive victory. It led to the removal of the city's first Black police chief. It has fundamentally shaped politics this year. It helped defeat Jason Kenney, that movement, that anti-vax movement. It helped Danielle Smith become the new premier of Alberta.
And she's drastically unpopular in Alberta now as a consequence to the shit that she's pulling. You know, there's that as well. Like, she has like a 16% approval rating.
It had, you know, it's something that we could not have predicted this time last year.
And that had all that kind of fallout, you're right. Elamine, biggest surprise?
Listen, I hate to repeat it again, but also the convoy. But let me take it slightly in a different direction, which is to say that, you know, we've had a public inquiry about the use of the Emergencies Act that was supposed to lead us into further understanding the convoy after that it's done. It's now done. Do you feel like you particularly understand what the convoy was better now? Because I certainly don't. I don't think that the inquiry shed enough light as to the things that we need to be thinking about. But the fact that this political element exists in this country, that it is politically powerful, at least politically powerful enough to steal the headlines and cause a lot of headaches, but we still don't really fully understand the political allegiances and the political interests of the convoy. I think like that is the biggest...
Wait, what? But we do, though. We've discussed it on the broadcast. Like, we 100% know what their political interests are. Like, bro, we had fucking neo-Nazis there. Like, if that isn't telling enough, I don't know what is. Like, what?
Political surprise. And I would be surprised if not every single political party isn't thinking about that at least a little bit now.
Okay, next question. Who impressed you the most with their leadership? Chantal, you picked someone outside the bubble, kind of. Here he is.
If Russia further escalates, we will follow with more severe measures. Russia and its acolytes can spin and can contort all they want, but the violations of international law are theirs.
Okay, Chantal, why did you pick Ambassador Ray?
Because he is really delivering a different kind of Canadian diplomacy at the UN than what we've seen over the past few decades. You know, this sentence that has become ridiculous of Justin Trudeau and others when they came to power, Canada is back. It certainly has been back at the UN since Ray was appointed, and I think he has become a major influence on the crafting of Canadian foreign affairs policy, and I should say for the better.
Althea, who impressed you in terms of their leadership?
I did not say Bob Rae, but I just want to say to Chantal that's a very good point. And in fact, if Mr. Rae had been the ambassador, I wonder if we would have won a Security Council seat. I picked François-Philippe Champagne, who's the innovation minister, known around town here as like the Energizer Bunny. He's not someone who chases the headlines, although he loves it when we give them to him. But he's someone that is praised by the opposition as much as stakeholders, as much as his own bench, as somebody who actually gets stuff done. And a lot of the investments that we see in the auto sector is because of François-Philippe Champagne.
Elamine.
My answer for who impressed me most and who impressed me least is kind of the same, so I'm going to do this at the same time.
Oh, well, then I won't go back to you. Perfect. Go ahead.
All right. So Chrystia Freeland. Chrystia Freeland is the person who impressed me the most, and that is immediately after the invasion of Ukraine. I think her.
I think she impressed me the least, honestly. Like, she's just a fucking stereotypical liberal, right? Like, when it comes down to it, like, I'm not really impressed too much by anyone. Like, I think if it was to come down to it, I think Justin Trudeau would probably have impressed me the most. But, you know, was a very busy and very big headache of a year. So, and all things considered, I think he did fairly well this year.
Her political leadership on the world stage was impressive, I think, in terms of marshaling our allies and just kind of uniting the international front on Russia and Ukraine. That was a deeply impressive political performance. But then we kind of get into the summer and her reaction to inflation in this country. And it was quite sluggish. It was not the kind of reaction that you'd expect from a government that has said it is seized with and really concerned about how people are doing, financially speaking. When they finally announced some kind of reaction to the increase in inflation, their reaction was to announce a bunch of repackaged promises that we already sort of knew about. And so I would say that she was very, very well suited to respond to the Russia-Ukraine crisis, and then very, very delayed response when it comes to the inflation crisis.
Andrew.
Well, I don't know if we're confined to Canadian politics or not, but if not, I don't think anybody on the planet can hold a candle to Volodymyr Zelensky's leadership that he's shown throughout the year. It's really quite remarkable. If we were to say somebody in Canada, I'd have to say it's a bit thin on the ground, but I might mention John Horgan in British Columbia, who, you know, after a relatively successful premiership, is that rare politician to have stepped down while he's still on top. I know his health would have had a lot to do with that, but even so, to go out with still, basically the public still very broadly in support of you is a real rarity in Canadian politics.
Yeah, we'll leave when you're on a high. Okay, when it comes to who impressed you the least, I think three of you agreed. Here is this person.
The notwithstanding clause is a
True. It's either him or Danielle Smith. Scott Moe is definitely up there for sure. Heather Stephenson as well, like for me. Yeah, definitely Doug Ford and Danielle Smith for sure.
tool for provincial governments to use. It's well within our government's right to use this tool.
Althea, did you pick Doug Ford? Yes?
I did, yes.
All right. Why?
I am just shocked and outraged in a way that I frankly haven't been in a very long time when it comes to politics. It wasn't about the notwithstanding clause, though. I was disturbed about that the first time.
I mean, that didn't really help his case at all, to be fair.
He floated the idea when he wanted to reduce the size of Toronto City Council. That was several years ago. And then on election advertising. And then this time he really miscalculated. But for me,
that's
the
putting
most
it nicely.
part of Mr. Ford's tenure since being reelected with a renewed majority government involves the Greenbelt. The fact that
True, that didn't make him look good either.
Greenbelt, so public space, it's mostly agricultural land.
It's protected land as well.
Wink, nudge, nudge, sold to many conservative donors, people with close ties to the progressive conservatives, for multiples of millions of dollars. Is like, you know, we talked so much about cash for access with regards to the federal Liberals years ago. This is an example of cash for access. Like, we don't have clear examples of alleged inappropriate behavior. I want to say another word, but I don't want to get sued. So I'm going to, leave it to people's imagination to think what I really think about this. It is so outrageous and unethical that I cannot understand that we allow this to continue and that the government is not getting grilled about this more than they are. And it's not just that, it's the relationship with lobbyists, allegations of lobbyists being around the cabinet table. Like, it is just...
I mean, lobbyists are in like every single facet of fucking Canadian politics, though. Like, is that really surprising, though? Like, I don't think so. It's, it fucking happens all across, like, Western nations. So it's not surprising at all that this is a thing. It's just a little bit more secretive compared to America.
Just so unclean.
Yeah.
How is this allowed to happen in 2022?
Chantal, you also
Because we legalized it, that's how.
Yes, and people
We literally just legalized bribing. That's how it happened.
Noticing because he is sunk back to the pre-pandemic levels of unpopularity. I've always thought that...
To be fair, though, he wasn't really too popular during the pandemic either. He was still fairly unpopular during the pandemic.
The pandemic was the best thing that happened to Premier Ford, but I also assumed that he had learned some things along the way. When it comes to the Greenbelt, for instance, he never campaigned on this, or when he did, he said the opposite of what he's doing today.
He broke his promise, yeah.
Yes. I'm reminded when I think back to BC politics, because Andrew raised John Horgan in BC, that the premier who promised to not have an harmonized sales tax and then went back on his word never recovered. And that is what happens to people who campaign on one thing and then do the reverse when they are in government. And I find that it's troubling to watch the way this government is going from crisis to crisis to crisis, and all of them self-created.
Andrew?
Yeah, I mean, there was a feeling in the air during the pandemic that, maybe Doug Ford has grown a bit in the office. He's not the Doug Ford of old. But then as soon as the constraint was removed...
That's where you're wrong.
Ford unhinged, Ford unleashed, and we had in the space of 2 months, I think I'm right in saying this, the notwithstanding clause stumbling into this hornet's nest of taking away the right to strike from public sector unions, who then let them have it, both barrels, and you had to humiliating climb down on that. The Greenbelt thing, which has been discussed fully, and then thirdly, this cockamamie strong mayors version 2, where the mayors of these selected cities will be allowed to pass laws with less than majority support as long as they're doing the province's bidding. It's just objectionable on about 16 different counts, including that, like the other things, was never promised during the campaign. So the Ford of old has returned with a vengeance.
I mean, that's putting it nicely, to be fair. Like, Doug Ford is just dog shit, right?
I believe this will be a quite bumpy year, and at the end of it, there might be some bruises on this government.
So will 2023 be a bumpy year? Time to look ahead.
2023 is going to be a really shit year. I'm calling it already. What we have right now is just awful. Like, it's only expected to get worse. Like, we're probably going to see a housing crash. We're going to see skyrocketing, like, even more skyrocketing prices on groceries and gas and housing. It's going to be a fucking terrible time. Like, it's going to be a fucking terrible year, and I think a lot of people are going to be incredibly fed up with it. Like, there's no shot that they're not, right?
Make some predictions, which they all hate doing, but they're gonna do it. Gosh darn it, Chantal, Andrew, Althea, and Elamine. Okay, let's start with the political leader or MP to watch in 2023. Andrew, why don't you start us off?
I'll go with Danielle Smith, not necessarily in a good way, but if she wins the election,
she won't.
Coming in the spring, then it will be validation for all of her antics and all of the positions that she's taken. in which case she will be a force to reckon with in the Federation for good or ill. I think mostly for ill. Although if you're the federal Liberals, you're not necessarily that upset about having that as an antagonist because it's somebody you can basically run against.
Chantal.
I'm going to pick Chrystia Freeland for two reasons. As the finance minister, the success of the government and those bruises that the Bloc Québécois leader, M. Blanchet, seems to be hoping for, I'm guessing. She's the one who has to keep them from coming to the government on what is probably the most important file, but I'm going to keep an eye on her for another reason. And the reason is that as it becomes clear that Justin Trudeau is going to stick around for another election that may or may not take place until 2025,
Definitely depends.
Is there a time when Chrystia Freeland thinks I could be going on to other challenges, and I've had my decade in politics, it was successful, but do I want to pick up a fourth-term government or a leader of the official opposition's job in 2 or 3 years' time? I believe she has other options.
Yeah. Elamine.
My pick is for Jagmeet Singh. Jagmeet Singh is coming up about a year. It's going to be, a couple of months will be a year since that agreement that he made with the Liberals. I think he's going to have to start seeing some meaning.
Singh is going to be an interesting individual to keep an eye on because, to be perfectly honest, I don't really think it was a great year for him. Like, you had him like sidestepping important questions, and and like just not being too terribly popular this year, all things considered. Like especially lately, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. Like I'll definitely keep an eye out for what he's gonna do.
Meaningful results that are actually paying dividends for the NDP. Otherwise, why would they continue to be in this agreement? They've had a couple of tests that show that, maybe people are not associating these successes with the NDP. So what does that mean? What does that mean for the party? What does that mean for his willingness to continue this partnership if it's not actually going to pay political dividends come 2024, 2025, or will he move a little bit sooner than that? So Jagmeet Singh is my political leader to watch.
Althea?
Well, my answer is boring, but rather obvious. It's Justin Trudeau, because although he's giving every indication that he plans to stay and fight the next election and that he relishes the thought of going head-to-head with Pierre Poilievre, if he does decide to take his walk in the snow, or I guess walk in the sunshine, and keep his party in a good spot to win the next election, then he would probably have to decide to leave in 2023.
Okay, Chantal, what's the biggest political challenge in the year ahead?
Oh, it shouldn't be so hard, but to manage to have an adult conversation between first ministers about healthcare. And the fact that it is looking like the biggest political challenge kind of says something about the childish conversation that they've been having.
Andrew.
Healthcare, it's not going to go away. And I don't think that the political incentives line up for any of these people to really, grasp the nettle on this. So we're going to be stuck with this, unfortunately, I think, for years to come, because, as I say, as bad as things have gotten, maybe there's starting to be movement in public opinion, but it's not yet registered with the political class of the kinds of changes that are going to be necessary.
Elamine.
I would say inflation. There's no evidence really that shows us that this is going to go away anytime soon. It's something that's sticking around. If, in fact, this country is going to go into a recession that is forecast to be mild, a mild recession is not necessarily a government killer. Recessions generally can be. So that's something that I think I'm sure that the federal government is thinking about very intensely, but also the idea that we could be at least somewhere around the middle of next year in a mild recession will have massive consequences. So I
don't think it will be a mild recession. I think it could potentially be as bad as 2008. Like, it's something that a vast majority of countries are expected to have, and it's expected to be bad as well. I think it's silly calling it a mild recession.
That's what I'll be watching for.
Althea.
I feel like there's so many, it's hard to pick one. because I agree with the recession and inflation and healthcare, but to me, I think the state of the federation. It is incredibly concerning to see provinces bring forward bills that breach the rule of law, chip at the foundations of our federation. Provinces amending the Constitution on their own, you can't do that.
I mean, yeah, and you know, when it comes down to the whole Sovereignty Act and stuff, Alberta is being sued by, I think it's the Onion Lake Cree Nation, and like one thing that we have to talk about when it comes down to, fighting these unconstitutional laws and bills is Indigenous leadership. Like that's going to be an incredibly important thing to consider.
To me, is incredibly troubling, and I mean, I don't know if Danielle Smith's going to win the next election in Alberta, but
it's not looking like she will.
To Andrew's earlier point, you know, that might be even more challenged. And what message does this send to other provinces, like Quebec, for example, who might feel emboldened in its own direction?
I should also mention that Indigenous leaders are also planning on suing Saskatchewan for the Sask First Act as well. So Indigenous leadership is going to be incredibly important when it comes down to preventing very unconstitutional laws and shit like that are being passed by these psychotic premiers.
So I think the state of the federation is definitely an upcoming challenge.
Chantal, which story in your mind didn't get the attention it deserved?
It's not so much a story, but it's kind of a pattern that I find increasingly intriguing, and that is the Liberal brand literally vanishing from the provincial scene in this country. Ontario, Quebec, where the Liberals are suddenly reduced to, I don't know, a field of ruins, former Premier Jacques Parizeau would describe it as. And at the same time, west of Ontario, there is not a Liberal party, including in BC, apparently. And at the same time, the federal NDP, and we talked about this earlier, seems to be going nowhere fast federally. But by the end...
I mean, like, Singh just doesn't have, like, any hard answers to a lot of the problems that we're going to be facing. Like, that's the thing. Like, he talks a little bit about, like, frustrations of Canadians, but, like, he hasn't presented any tangible solutions to those problems, right? So that's why I think he's not going to be going anywhere. Like, it's not surprising.
End of next year, it could be in government in 3 of the 4 provinces west of Ontario. And so I'm thinking, is there still room for 2 mainstream progressive voices at both levels of government? Or
What?
are we going into a...
Liberals aren't progressive, though. They're the status quo. Like, what?
Universe where there will be one very dominant one, more so than we've known, and they will be different. New Democrats provincially and Liberals federally.
That sounds like a good column if you haven't written it yet. Althea.
like the main thing is that, like, you know, we're a 3-party system, and one of the parties hasn't, like, actually been elected federally and everything, and we see how dog shit the other 2 have been. So, like, what's the harm in, like, trying to let the NDP run federally, right? Like, we could probably do so, or like, they might be able to make things a little bit better. Who knows?
I wondered what happened to the Build Back Better agenda. They galvanized so much ink during COVID. The lessons that we told ourselves we were certain not to forget and to work towards. The social safety net having huge gaps, what we were going to do about people who clearly cannot survive on welfare, the state of long-term care, health care, and no one's talking about that anymore. I mean, the government, yes, is moving forward with a disability benefit, but that disability predates even the COVID discussion. And so that to me is something that we, in a troubling way, I feel like we gave up on, that those lessons have not been learned, and we decided not to do anything about them.
And presumably it's not because everything has been solved, that's for sure.
No, clearly not.
No, Elamine.
I'm glad Althea brought that up, actually, because like we are coming up on some promises due about EI reform, and we haven't, like that's your backstop when you go into a recession. Like we do need the EI system to be quite robust. But actually my pick is China and this country's relationship to China, because our China policy has shifted in subtle and not so subtle ways in the last few months, and I think we haven't paid quite enough attention to that. There's been that story about maybe kicking out some of the Chinese ownership out of some Canadian mines. There's been that canceled RCMP contract. But on the whole, we seem to be finally kind of catching up to the idea that China poses a threat to us in this country, or at least we should be shifting our relationship to it in line with how a lot of other countries, including the United States, have been treating China for some time. I think that's a significant international shift, and I'm not sure we've had a chance to digest that enough.
Andrew.
Declining voter turnout. There's been some coverage of it, but I'm not sure people realize how bad it's got. We're now down to the low 60s federally. We used to be 75, 80% routinely in elections, but it's much worse at lower levels of government. In the recent Ontario election, it fell to 43%. That's the second lowest of any election, federal, provincial, in over 100 years. In the municipal election in Toronto, it fell to 29%. And in recent by-elections, we're routinely below 30%. So I worry that we're sort of getting out of the habit of voting. And I think that's something we...
Wait, what? I mean, like, even if that is the case, it's because, like, it feels like people don't have it, like, any authority on, you know, their fucking MPs or MPPs that they elect. So, like, you know, because they're going to be treated the exact fucking same and, like, don't have any faith amongst, like, any of the major parties, right? Like, that was the big thing. That was the big thing that led to the election in Ontario, right?
Really need to address.
Okay, thanks everyone. Merry Christmas.
All right, let's talk about how Trudeau and Poilievre stack up with the polls heading into the new year.
This year, Canadians escaped the worst of the pandemic, but entered a cost of living crisis, and that's what drove debate on the political stage as we bring.
I mean, Justin Trudeau is still fairly still doing fairly well in the polls. Pierre Poilievre is whatever.
2022 to a close. Let's take a look at where political leaders stand. The latest Angus Reid Institute poll shows 43% of Canadians approve of Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, while 54% disapprove. New Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre has a favorable rating among 33% of...
Yo, that's so bad, bro. And this thing's doing pretty bad too, not gonna lie. Blanchette is... he's roughly around the same as Singh.
Canadians. NDP leader Jagmeet Singh, 47%, and Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchette, 47% as well. And if an election were held today, a new Léger poll shows that 33% of Canadians would vote for the Conservative Party of Canada. 30% would vote for...
I mean, most of like the 33% is only coming from like Alberta and Saskatchewan, because like every other province views the Conservatives as as very unfavorable, or just unfavorable in general. Like even my home province of Manitoba, like even like I was shocked to learn that most of Manitobans view them as unfavorable. Off of polling from I think I don't remember who it was. I don't remember who did the polling, but it was fairly unfavorable. Like most of that is just coming from Alberta and Saskatchewan.
for the Liberal Party and 21% would vote for the NDP.
And like, I honestly don't think it would matter too much. I think that a lot of NDP voters would swing to like if things were shaping up that Polyev would win, which I don't think he would. Would swing to the Liberals to keep the Liberals in power for like another minority government.
So what does this mean for next year's political priorities? I'm joined now by a special panel of pollsters, Shachi Curl from the Angus Reid Institute and Christian Bourque from Léger. Hello, welcome to you both. Shachi, I will start with you, and let's start with the man in power. What do these numbers tell you about how Prime Minister Justin Trudeau performed this year?
Well, I think it put a little bit more mojo or spring into his year-end interviews, Brett and Haikusan. Basically, we're seeing the Prime Minister end the year in a much stronger position than he started. Much of that driven by, I think, perceptions of having performed well and comported himself well around the Emergency Act hearings. Politically, the emergencies, the invocation of the emergency.
Like if he didn't handle it as well as he did, it would have been political suicide.
Act at the end of the convoy troubles, and particularly the occupation of Ottawa, was something that did have a level of consensus or buy-in politically. When we saw the Prime Minister testifying quite calmly, in a in-depth and a knowledgeable way, it was also something that I think gave Canadians reason to pause and remember why they like the guy, because it's something that ebbs and flows. I've always said over the many years of his leadership that the Prime Minister for the Liberal Party is both its greatest asset and its worst liability. We see him ending 2022 working on some of that asset factor.
Now again, Shachi, your numbers show that NDP leader Jagmeet Singh and Bloc Québécois leader Yves-François Blanchet have some particularly high favorability ratings. Will they be dining out on those numbers? What do you read into them?
Well, for Mr. Blanchet in Quebec, it's definitely, again, reassuring for him. He's more or less had a grip on the Bloc Québécois. There haven't been a lot of challenges. There hasn't been a lot of unrest within the ranks of caucus.
I mean, it's not surprising.
So that's something, again, that he can end the year with a place of peace around. Same for Jagmeet Singh. He'll take that 47% favorability that Canadians are giving him. The challenge, however, for the NDP leader really comes down to the fact that it has not, as a national party that runs candidates in across the country and in most parts of the country in most ridings, if not all, depending on the election itself, you get to a point where he is not necessarily seeing that popularity translate into wins at the riding level, into more seats in Parliament. So for Mr. Singh, it's always...
I mean, it's typical like NDP shit though, right? Because like you're gonna have a decent amount of NDP voters swing to Liberal in order to keep Liberals in power because of how god awful the fucking Conservatives are. Which is why I think it's very important that we change up our voting system to be ranked choice. Because if we actually had ranked choice, that means, you know, all the political parties would have to make themselves look favorable and give, you know, Canadians a reason to vote for them. And I honestly think at that point, like, people would actually vote for the NDP. Because the thing is I hear a lot of people saying that they would vote for the NDP, but, you know, they don't want one of the other parties, or they don't want the party that they agree with less to win.
Always tinged with a bit of an asterisk because that personal popularity is there. However, he is the supporting actor or the supporting player in the confidence and supply agreement between two parties, the NDP and the Liberals. And it's really unclear as to whether his personal popularity or the moves he made around CASA are going to actually reward him come a future election.
Okay, Christian, over to you. Mr. Polyev won the Conservative leadership race rather handily. What do the numbers tell you about how he has fared politically since then?
Yeah, this is the fifth month where we have a slight lead for the Conservatives over the Liberals. But at
I mean, that
33
doesn't
for the
mean anything,
Conservatives
though.
and 30 for the Liberals, it's still not a major shift in the political landscape in Canada. And if you look at those numbers, though, the Conservatives have improved somewhat their fortunes in Ontario, which is, of course, a key battleground coming into the next federal election. However, when you look at the Mississauga Lakeshore by-election results, it's first sort of part of the answer that says that maybe it's not enough just yet. I think Sachi is quite right, is that
I don't think it'll
Mr.
matter
Trudeau
all
is
that
holding
much.
strong to in terms of popularity.
Because what we see with the battlegrounds areas like Mississauga is that those NDP voters will vote for Liberals, right? Generally, they don't tend to swing Conservative, and yeah, like I think the only reason why the Conservatives are up by 3% is because people are just tired of Trudeau. I ultimately don't think it will matter too much, to be perfectly honest. Like, if an election was to be held tomorrow, I think that the Liberals would win another minority.
He has not hurt his party over the past few months, quite the contrary. So the Liberals are resisting, even in an economic climate where you would think, the famous phrase, it's the economy, stupid. We all remember that sort of was coined during the last major recession of 1992 in the US. Now that we're heading into sort of economic turmoil,
What about
probably
2008, my guy?
more than in 2022, what
Seems a
will
little
that
bit more
have
of an
as
important
impact on the
recession.
landscape? Because so far, even a new elected leader like Mr. Poilievre is not making that much of a difference, just beyond the margin of error of the survey.
Well, as a follow-up, Christian, did anything stand out in particular from the responses to his leadership? Did anything jump off the page when you looked at the numbers?
Well, too divisive, I would say, is basically what the numbers are telling
That's
us on
putting
our
it
side
nicely.
when it comes to Mr. Poilievre. Now, the fact that he's actually doing fairly...
I mean, he's fairly unpopular with women. I think he has, I think he's like minus, like 53 for popularity with women. And like, even for men, he's fairly unpopular. I think he's like minus 15 for men, which is incredibly fucking terrible. Like, bro, I don't say what you will, but the fucking lib moms that are at home or working or something like that, they see fucking Trudeau as the sexy librarian that I see him as. Like, let's be honest with ourselves. Like, there's no shot that they're not going to be voting for him again.
Well in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, doing a little bit less than expected in Alberta, but that's because of the actual Conservative brand in that province and some of the issues tied to provincial politics there. But really doing rather poorly in the province of Quebec. So the only prospects of new seats right now, if you look at the numbers as they are today, is in Ontario, and probably would mean that Mr. Poilievre would need not to sweep Ontario, but certainly have a majority of the seats in that province.
I don't even think
and
he'd get
if he cannot
that.
break through the 905 barrier, just like we saw in...
Because, like, for the most part, southern Manitoba will always vote Conservative. You'll have a vast swath of people in Saskatchewan and Alberta vote Conservative, like, federally, so, like, it doesn't even matter. Because they're very resistant to change, those areas.
Mississauga Lakeshore, I mean, we're far from...
And I guess Western Ontario, too.
As, any sort of win in his sails right now.
Okay, Shachi, anything to add to that? I mean, should anybody be concerned by these numbers?
Look, so first of all, as much as we have known the Conservative Party in the last decade for dumping their leaders in quick succession, I think Mr. Poilievre is going to be given a little bit more runway, if only because
I
it's
don't
very
think
much
so.
his party, his caucus. He won in such a commanding way. He's going...
I mean, yeah, but that doesn't matter. If he's drastically unpopular, like, even in the polls, like, the Conservatives are going to be dumping him as soon as he fucking inevitably loses to Justin Trudeau. Right? Like the conservatives are throwing whatever they have at the wall to get rid of fucking Trudeau, and nothing is working.
Going to be given the time to try to grow. However, there are some red flags that I would add and include additionally to what Christian has pointed out. He's got a major issue on gender. Women don't like Mr. Poilievre. If you look at his numbers and who has a favorable view towards him and who has a very unfavorable view towards him, it is very much a gender divide. Men 35 to 34 to 45, 55 plus really like the guy.
I wonder why they like him. I wonder why they like him. It's like the divorced dad range.
Young women, really women of all ages, do not. So that is a problem for Mr. Poilievre. Additionally, you find that at this stage, that divisive factor that Christian mentioned, so on that front, we have data that can take us back through where Stephen Harper was 5 months in, where Andrew Scheer was 5 months in, where Erin O'Toole was 5 months in. And something that all of those leaders had going for them was, well, it's actually two things. First of all, Mr. Harper actually had favorable ratings 5 months in to his leadership. Mr. O'Toole and Mr. Scheer.
Damn, bro. Scheer and O'Toole, like, were just as unfavorable as fucking Erin O'Toole. Like, god damn. Like, I think they're slightly better than Pierre Poilievre, but that's just kind of telling, though, right?
Benefited from an unknown factor, right? So there was always more room for growth. There was runway for people to change their minds. There is not a lot of equivocacy when it comes to Mr. Poilievre. People either don't like him or they do. And he's got to work on the don't like factor right now, particularly among women.
I honestly don't think that will change too much, to be perfectly honest. Like, there's no shot that that's gonna be the case, right? Because either you like him or you hate him. There's no in between, right?
If he wants to break through in the 905, if he wants to win seats in Metro Vancouver ever again. And, speaking of Quebec, the climate file continues to be a particularly challenging one for the Conservatives. It has ever been thus and continues to be. I'll just add one thing really briefly. If there is room for Mr. Poilievre to grow, for the Conservatives to break through, it will be by continuing to run the plays from the Stephen Harper, Jason Kenney playbook.
But they won't, though.
Reaching out to new Canadian audiences and new Canadian voters.
But they won't, because Erin O'Toole tried that and it didn't work out for him. Poilievre is just going down like the fucking fascist right-wing playbook, and it's not really working out too well for him. Like, the Conservatives are, like, I think what's really hurting them federally is the insanely fucking egregious actions that they're taking provincially, as well as like the unpopularity of like the Harper government as well,
who in the last decade have traditionally been with the federal Liberals. That is a pendulum that always swings. We'll see if it swings back.
Okay,
probably not.
Christian, last word to you. Let's go to everybody's favorite topic to end the year. Election predictions. Will 2023 be an election year? And if so,
I don't think
who
so.
do you see coming out on top?
I don't think it would be an election year. If it was, I think that the Liberals would win. Like, it's just how it's gonna happen, or it's just what's gonna happen. I think not too much will change. In all honesty, I think it'll be another minority Liberal government, Conservatives coming in second, and NDP coming in third.
Well, right now, I don't think the Conservatives are in such a rush, and I think the Liberals will want to ride this sort of potential recession out to some extent, because again, a poor economic climate usually hurts the incumbent. So I would say that election would need to come as late as possible for the incumbent. So will 2023 be an election year? Probably not. And at this point in the game, I would say we're basically heading into this sort of elbow to elbow and can't see really a favorite at this moment.
Okay,
Liberals.
I want to thank you both.
That's who.
Shachi Kurl and Christian Bork.
All right. So there is talks about another freedom convoy taking part instead of going back to Ottawa, going to Winnipeg in February. And this is incredibly fucking funny because for one, they can't afford the gas to go to Ottawa, which I think is really funny. And for two, I don't think any of these motherfuckers have been in Winnipeg when it comes down to February. Like, the temperatures in Winnipeg in February fucking suck. So these fucking idiots are gonna like die of hypothermia or some shit, like if they actually decide to do so, because Winnipeg gets very, very cold. It's like, historically, it's like the coldest city in not just Manitoba, but all of Canada. Like, it's always fucking cold in the wintertime. Like, I think at most, like, due to the cold, I think, like, if they actually do go there, I mean, for one, there's probably going to be counter protests because Winnipeg has been known for protesting, for sure. And like, and for two, like, you know, it's just gonna be too cold for them. Like, they're not gonna be used to that degree of cold. And like, I'm fucking used to that cold. Like, it's so, like, I don't really think that's too big of an issue, but like, having been to Winnipeg during some of the coldest days of the year for that year, it's I don't think these hogs will be able to last all that long, to be perfectly honest. So yeah, let's make fun of these hogs.
A truckers' convoy rolls into the nation's capital.
One of the biggest stories that I've covered in my...
And like, one of the big things is like, what the fuck does Winnipeg have to do with any of this shit, right? Like, Winnipeg has nothing to do with it. So it's just really funny to me that their stop is going to be Winnipeg. I'm like, come on, pussies, go back to Ottawa, do it.
My career.
The trucker protest reached its final destination, with anger toward reporters boiling.
You should be embarrassed to be a journalist!
What?
It was absolute chaos. Absolute chaos.
Hold the line, guys! Hold the line!
How did it get to this? You know, why didn't something happen earlier? Could this have been avoided?
A rise in global fascism, that's how.
A weekend of this continued Monday. Blaring horns, streets blocked by vehicles on Parliament Hill and into the downtown core.
We lived this story for 3 weeks, day and night, in minus 20-degree weather.
Every single person at Parliament...
Oh, they're covering the convoy that happened this year. I thought they were talking about the one that's going to be taking place in Winnipeg. But yeah, no, it's going to be really funny to watch them freeze their ass off in Winnipeg. I can't wait for it. It's going to be so funny, man.
Resign, or they end all of this narrative and drop it. That's what I want to see.
There are 6 convoys, each from different parts of the country. Some are already here, some are on the way. Police have been in close communication with convoy captains, all with the aim of a peaceful demonstration.
That's already a little bit sus, not gonna lie.
Not your typical protest. This was an occupation, and it was obvious from the very beginning when I saw that people were not going to go anywhere.
Can you imagine if you or I parked the vehicle in front of the west block of Parliament Hill, took all the wheels off, lit a fire to stay warm, and started serving food? How long would that last? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? This went on for 3 weeks.
This week on the West Block,
protesters bring their fight against COVID restrictions to Ottawa.
As we were recording that first weekend, all you could hear were the truck sounds of the horns right through the studio, bleeding through the studio.
And you can probably hear it on the streets below. It has been a weekend like few others.
It was a very tense environment to walk into, especially those of us who had a camera. I think for camera operators especially, they were that much more visible in the crowd.
You've told lie after lie after lie.
I'd never seen that level of hate directed at us. I called it was hate wrapped in the Canadian flag.
The news is lying to people. You guys are lying. I do not understand. I do not understand how you as reporters and as new anchors can sit behind the desk and tell people lies.
3 questions were always asked: who do you work for? How do you sleep at night? And when are you going to start telling the truth? Those were the 3 questions we always got asked. And it wasn't being asked in a nice way.
It was hard to convey, I think, sometimes, the image that people would see of this party atmosphere, but the reality when you're out there on the street was very, very different.
Businesses near Parliament Hill, including Ontario provincial liquor stores, would not even open their doors Sunday after protesters the night before verbally and physically assaulted staff for trying to enforce the very public health rules on mask wearing and vaccine passports that the protesters are here to overturn. One group stormed a nearby shelter.
Yeah, the funny thing is that those, like the federal government had nothing to do with those mandates, and the mandates were literally gone. I love fucking hogs. They're so funny.
Assaulted a security guard and stole meals that had been prepared for the homeless.
This was the first time.
Bro, what? Is that true? Bro, hogs are fucking insane. The fuck?
And a news team that I've been a part of has had to have regular security.
Do the truth instead of lies.
I'm not used to going out with a security guard to be able to be there to protect us. This was completely different from anything I'd ever experienced.
Many people seemed convinced that we were out to distort what they were saying, which is not at all how we do our job.
Our job is to report the news and to tell the story. So I think we tried to do that as best we could under these really challenging and difficult circumstances and situations.
This trucker family has been parked in Ottawa for 13 days with their 5-year-old.
There's not a parent down here that would jeopardize the safety or the health of their child. We brought them down here so that they can be proud of the moment.
There is more than one point of view, so we listened, we tried to reflect the both sides of the story and all sides of the story in our broadcast and online coverage.
We were right on the front line of the protesters when the police were moving in by the Rideau Center, and I'll never forget that moment for the rest of my career as a journalist, because it was, you felt like that's exactly where you needed to be to tell the story properly, and yet being very aware of the volatility of that situation and just how hostile and aggressive things were.
Now you have all these additional people who have come here today. And you got to remember that yesterday the police told people not to come to the community. They said that people should not, in fact, come because there would be problems. And they tried to cut off access here by virtue of check.
Oh, I love fucking hogs, man. They're just trying to have a little bit of fun.
Points. The day after Ottawa was wrapped up, we were in the Byward Market. Cameraman and I were doing some interviews with people, and people came up to us and thanked us. They said, thank you for telling the rest of the country what we've been going through here, and they were just so relieved, they told us, that they felt that they had their city back.
The thing is I don't understand how like more people weren't arrested for it, right? All right, now let's move on to the fucking Freedom Convoy that's going to be happening in Winnipeg. It's going to be fucking awesome, man. Organizers of the original Freedom Convoy protest that paralyzed downtown Ottawa for 3 weeks in early 2022 are saying they're bringing a new convoy to Winnipeg this winter. In a Facebook post, Canada Unity shared a live video in which they proclaimed that a World Unity convoy would be held in the Manitoba capital on February 17th to the 20th of 2023, which is going to be funny. It's going to be incredibly fucking cold, and they're gonna freeze their ass off and everything. Who knows? Maybe they'll steal more fucking food from homeless people. In the video, Canada Unity founder James Burden said they chose Winnipeg because it's in the middle of Canada. Yeah, sure, that's why you chose it. It's probably yeah, totally. It's not like the fucking gas prices are high or anything. You can't afford to go all the way back to Ottawa again. And if you did, you'd probably be met with hopefully with more aggression. That's yeah. I'm kind of curious to see what the fucking mayor of Winnipeg is gonna do. People can come from the East Coast to the West Coast. People will be able to convoy access the nation, and we'll meet in the middle. The heartbeat of Canada, he said. Yeah, totally. Winnipeg is like the fucking heartbeat of Canada. Fucking stupid. Winnipeg is dog shit. They don't really do anything. And like the thing is that comparative to the one thing I don't think these idiots recognize is that Winnipeg, like all things considered, Winnipeg is fairly progressive. So chances are they're going to be met with a fairly large counter protest to it, especially if they pull the same shit that they pulled in Ottawa. Like they are not going to be too impressed with that. Like Winnipeg is known for like what they're known for is like two things: violence, which I think is more or less due to the amount of poverty that happens within Winnipeg, and the cold. And if they're fucking blaring horns, I actually think that there's going to be a lot of fucking fighting during this, because I imagine a lot of Winnipeggers are not going to put up with the fucking blaring horn shit. So I imagine that there's going to be like slashing tires and like a bunch of fucking anarchists beating up these clowns. So that's my prediction on what's going to happen. This appears to be a change from a previous announced Freedom Convoy 2.0 that was apparently coming to Ottawa in February. The Winnipeg convoy was billed in the video as a chance for residents of Ottawa to, quote, for the first time get in on the convoy. CTV News Ottawa has reached out to Canada Unity for clarification about whether the previously announced event in Ottawa is cancelled, or whether there will be a simultaneous or whether there will be simultaneous events. Canada Unity's website domain appears to have expired. During the video, organizers said they would pass by Ottawa and honk and invite residents to join them en route to Winnipeg. In the comments of the Facebook post, Canada Unity said the city of Ottawa was hostile to them. Bro, if you think that fucking Ottawa was hostile towards you, what the fuck do you think is going to happen in Winnipeg? Do you expect Winnipeg to go over better? Like, what? I expect that to go over a lot worse for you. Like, just to be completely, like, transparent and candid with you. Like, come on, bro. Yeah, that's gonna turn out incredibly good for you. The government and media have made it very clear, though, through their threats against peaceful assembly in Ottawa. Even citizens born there are not welcome with opposing views. Violence and illegal tactics have already been announced from them. Let's keep our voice loud but safe. A comment from Canada Unity said, yeah, totally. It's like what they had happen last time. Boder was arrested on February 20th in Ottawa as police cleared the occupation, which gridlocked the city's downtown for 3 weeks. He is facing charges of mischief to obstruct property, disobeying a lawful court order, and obstructing a peace officer. He was released under a condition not to return to downtown Ottawa. Maybe that's why he chose Winnipeg, or maybe that is part of the reason why he chose Winnipeg instead of Ottawa. The original Freedom Convoy was a protest against COVID-19 vaccine mandates, public health protections, and the Liberal federal government more generally. It included a moratorium of understanding, MOU, by Canada Unity, and that called on the Governor General and the Senate, but not the House of Commons, to form a committee with convoy protesters to end all COVID-19 health protections nationwide. Something that is not possible under our system of government. The MOU was later withdrawn because it did not reflect the spirit of the intent of the Freedom Convoy, Canada Unity said. Barter said this coming convoy in Winnipeg would be focused on solutions for a better world for all Canadians. Yeah, totally. But he did not elaborate on what that means. Ottawa Police Chief Eric Stubbs has said the Ottawa Police Service would be ready for a possible repeat of the convoy protests, and that officers had already reached out to organizers to remind them of the city's expectations around lawful assembly and that unwavering posture of police and the city. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's National Security Advisor, Jody Thomas, told a parliamentary committee earlier this month that senior officials were also planning for the possibility of another convoy protest. Thomas said Mike MacDonald, an assistant secretary to the cabinet within the Privy Council office, has already chaired meetings, quote, to start looking how we're going to respond. The original protest was at the heart of the national inquiry into the use of the Emergencies Act, the first ever invocation of the powers in history, which was invoked to put an end to the protest after 3 weeks. The commissioner has until February 20th to deliver his final report to Parliament, a date that coincides with the planned convoy this February. I mean, I honestly think that things are going to be fairly... I think this is going to hurt them in the long run, because you're going to fucking Winnipeg, my guy. People in Winnipeg will, there are people in Winnipeg that will beat the shit out of you for looking at them funny. So, you honestly think that, you fucking pulling the same shit you did in Ottawa is going to fly in Winnipeg? Are you fucking out of your mind? Some of the organizers of last year's convoy have alternated plans to end a second convoy in Ottawa this February, opting instead for Winnipeg. James Boder, co-founder of the group Canada Unity and co-organizer of last February's protest in Ottawa, made the announcement on Facebook in a Facebook Live video along with fellow organizers Ron Clark and Colin Big Bear Ross on Christmas Day. Bro, that's so fucking cringe, man. Like, come on, bro. That's so cringe. The rally is scheduled to take place from February 17th to February 20th, 2023. The start date falls on the 1-year anniversary of the final full day of the protest in Ottawa, one day before police started a push to take back the occupied streets of the nation's capital. Barter has previously posted a call on social media for Freedom Convoy 2.0 in Ottawa on those same February dates. Now he says the capital will be a stop on the way to Winnipeg, where the convoy will make its presence known. Yeah, totally. Let's see how this turns out for you. We're going to come with our convoy coming right by Ottawa, he said. We're going to honk, and we're going to invite we're going to invite Ottawa residents. Ottawa's police chief said the force would not allow a repeat of last year's protest, which occupied downtown streets for weeks. The federal government also said it learned lessons from the handling of the protest and has already implemented changes for the future. We chose Winnipeg because it's the middle point in Canada, so people can come from East Coast to West Coast, Ross said. We'll be able to convoy across the nation. Barter was behind the group that called for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to be arrested and charged with treason, with convoy organizers eventually distance themselves from him, despite the fact that they probably agreed with that. Barter's also been involved in previous, less successful attempts to disrupt the Capitol. Barter, who testified last month during the Public Order Emergency Commission, calls his demonstration bear hugs, which is fucking funny. Like, what a loser, man. Like, bro, you're a fucking failed fucking organizer for political, politically. Like, come on, you're such a fucking loser. The only reason why is because you had, like, other fucking white nationalists there, which is why this one was fucking successful. He was arrested in Ottawa in February and faces several charges. His bail conditions currently prevent him from returning to the capital. Organizers said it will be a peaceful multi-day assembly featuring speeches, ceremonies, events, and guest speakers. The goal is to facilitate a grassroots movement for citizens worldwide. A woman by the Facebook name of Serena Freedom Bear said in a separate video posted to Canada Unity's page. So fucking cringe. Bro, why the fuck are hogs so cringy? Convoy organizers told Radio Canada they had been in contact with the Winnipeg Police Service, but police said no representative of Canada Unity has yet to reach out to them. That's unsurprising. As of Thursday, no representatives of this group have contacted the Winnipeg Police Service. Constant J. Murray told Radio Canada on Sunday. Radio Canada also requested an interview with the Ottawa Police Service, but has not heard back. In a letter addressed to the mayor and chair of the city's police services board last week, Ottawa Police Chief Eric Stubbs said he and his command team would be briefed. The board have briefed the board about the potential return of protesters in the new year. There is a zero tolerance for disturbances and or criminal behavior for individuals who attempt to disrupt our communities with vehicles, he wrote. Bro, there's just so fucking cringe, man. Alright, let's move on to some fun stuff now. So, I didn't really talk about gay too much because I think that there were better people doing coverage of it, so let's
In the past 2 months, Kanye West has lost 79% of his wealth. He went from being worth $1.9 billion to just $400 million in less than 8 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, I don't, you know, what's going on?
This?
I mean, like I've talked to like some friends about this, and like they say that the Ye shit is insane, and it's been so interesting watching him fall from grace.
Is the unbelievable fall of Kanye West.
I love Jewish people, but I also love Nazis. Oh man! Well,
That was a fucking awesome interview, man. It was so funny.
disagree with that.
Once was widely considered as one of the most brilliant minds in music. And just when you thought he said the wildest thing ever, he continues to up the ante.
After rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West, got his Twitter account suspended again for making anti-Semitic posts.
This is going to be catastrophic.
How did we get here? Let's hit rewind.
My man just fell down the fucking right-wing pipeline and kept going.
October 3rd, 2022.
And now he's hanging out with the fucking grossest, biggest losers imaginable. Like, who the fuck hangs out with Nick Fuentes? Like, what a loser. What a gross, icky loser. Who I imagine gets no bitches.
Paris Fashion Week in France. In the middle of one of the most prestigious fashion events on the planet, something was brewing over at the Yeezy show. A scene that had become all too familiar. An outlandish display by the one and only Kanye West.
I am Ye, and everyone here knows that I am the leader.
See, during his runway show, Kanye actually sent models down the runway wearing White Lives Matter shirts. He also wore one himself.
It's fucking
According to
wild,
him,
man.
He, quote, thought the shirt was a funny shirt and thought the idea
Sure.
of me wearing it was funny, end quote. Obviously, people are outraged and going nuts.
Yeah,
about
that's right. I forgot about this. They cut out like all the fucking Nazi shit that he said, which is insane considering that it was, you know, fucking Tucker Carlson.
it on the internet.
Come on, dude. Everyone, all lives matter.
I think he needs to shut up.
He needs more education before he speaks.
I don't think he meant for it to be hateful.
All lives matter for sure,
Papela.
We agree with Kanye.
But Kanye doesn't stop there. Instead, he keeps up the performance on Instagram and Twitter for the world to see, spewing confusing, erratic, and straight-up anti-Semitic messages, which just riles people up more. And when other celebrities started calling him out, Kanye just started attacking them all online. He said it was war. It didn't take long for his accounts to be banned on Instagram and Twitter, but still, he was nowhere near finished. On October 11th, one day after being banned from Twitter, Kanye joins an interview with Tucker Carlson to explain his
And they cut so much of that interview out. It was wild, man.
actions at Paris Fashion Week, but nothing he says makes any sense.
I do certain things from a feeling. I just channel the energy. It just feels right.
It is easier to make beats than think.
5 days later, Kanye goes on another show called Drink Champs, where his story gets even more diluted and anti-Semitic. He even said how he liked Hitler's ideas.
Every human being has
It's already a
something of
self-report.
value that they brought to the table, especially Hitler.
I mean, that's not necessarily true, though. There have been plenty of instances where that isn't the case.
From Jesus and Hitler. Hitler, like...
This time, though, he took it one step further. He called out his most profitable business partner, Adidas.
I can
Uh-oh.
say anti-Semitic things and Adidas can't drop me.
That's what you think.
Definitely struck a chord. See, Kanye...
The thing is if you're saying like the very unpopular shit and like anti-Semitic shit and like trying to drag the name of a brand through the mud with you, they're going to drop you. And that's exactly what Adidas did.
Kanye brutally called out the company that was the reason for the vast majority of his wealth, saying that they would never ever dare to stop working with him.
That's what he thought.
What did Adidas do? Yep, it only took a little over a week before Adidas proved Kanye wrong. Just like that, poof, almost his entire fortune was gone. And Adidas wasn't the only one. Balenciaga and Vogue said that they wouldn't work with Kanye West ever again. Gap said it would be removing any remaining Yeezy products from their stores. JP Morgan reportedly unbanked him. His lawyers announced they are no longer representing him. Creative artists
It's really funny.
CAA, who ran his music tours, dropped him. An entertainment company that was supposed to make a documentary about his life even stopped production. Nobody wanted anything to do with Kanye West and his antics. All things considered, Kanye himself claims he lost $2 billion in a single day. In weeks, Kanye West went from being one of the richest and most in-demand business people in the country to an industry pariah that nobody wants to work with. One who's on the fast track to becoming completely broke. But that's only a fraction of the insane story behind Kanye West's rise and fall. The whole truth is even wilder than you could ever imagine. Stay dangerous. Subscribe for more. And this is Kanye West, the rise and fall of a billionaire.
I mean, like, what's with all these fucking billionaires, like, biting the dust lately? It's been really awesome to watch. Like, first it was Ye, and now it's Elon Musk and Bankman Fraud. You know, it's been fucking awesome. I've been loving it. I've been eating good, man. It's been so awesome to watch. And like the Zuck hasn't been doing too great either.
I know, no other help I know.
The Kanye-Adidas partnership accounted for almost 1/10 of Adidas's total sales last year. But even before canceling it, their stock had fallen off a cliff, down around 60% YTD. Sure, Kanye lost some $1.6 billion, but real people are hurting, with dreams and retirements put on hold. Not because of Adidas specifically, of course. Even the classic strategy of stock and bond investing has lost between 15 and 25%, its worst performance in 90 years. As a result, expert institutions like Goldman Sachs say portfolios need to be rebalanced to avoid more losses. They highlighted real assets because real assets have previously outperformed in volatile conditions like these, like fine art, which Goldman specifically says can protect your purchasing power in these conditions. In fact, the Paul Allen auction just broke records, fetching over $1.6 billion, with 65% of paintings selling over their highest estimate. No wonder Masterworks is seeing increased demand, because they let you invest in multi-million-dollar paintings from legends like Picasso.
And this is how rich people avoid taxes, is by investing into like this shit, which are non-taxable, by the way, which is so fucking stupid.
About Masterworks since 2021. These are not NFTs. And there's an offering circular with the SEC for each offering, which we've linked in the description. And you know what? During the time it took us to edit this video, Masterworks sold another painting. This one for an insane 13.9% net return. That brings their last 3 sales to 13, 17, and 21% net returns. Masterworks has over 600,000 users, so paintings have sold out in minutes before. But your
Is this an
account will
ad?
be
It's a
preloaded link
fucking
below.
ad.
According to
I
almost
didn't realize that was an ad. Like, Jesus.
everyone who knew him, Kanye West was a special kid. Born in Atlanta, Georgia in 1977, Kanye Omari West is the only child of Donda and Ray West. His mother was an English professor at Chicago State University, and his father was a well-respected photojournalist and former Black Panther. His parents divorced when he was 3.
What? How did he turn out that way then? If his father was a former Black Panther. I mean, I guess maybe he wasn't raised by his dad?
And even though his mom raised him by herself, she said that she always saw similarities between Kanye and his father. Quote, like his dad, Kanye has little patience for what he thinks is unjust. End quote.
Like, I think his dad's reasoning, though, is justified. I'm not too sure about Ye's reasoning, though.
Donda was a huge influence and support on Kanye's life. Once she realized he had a keen sense for music, she did everything she could to help him follow his passions. When Kanye was only 13, she paid for him to cut his first single record in a basement studio. Quote, the microphone was hanging from the ceiling by a wire hanger, but he was so excited I couldn't say no. End quote. The track was called, quote, Green Eggs and Ham, end quote. The first official song by Kanye West. Kanye went to college for a year, but eventually decided to drop out and pursue music. His mother agreed and gave him 1 year to make it in the industry or figure something else out. But he didn't just become an overnight sensation. In the end, it took years of learning how to make music, working with producers, and even working as a Sears telemarketer before Kanye broke into the real music world. Kanye started off selling beats to rappers for a few $1,000s a piece. Eventually, his work started catching the attention of bigger artists, like Jay-Z. By then, it seemed like Kanye's career was really taking off. He produced 5 of the 13 tracks on Jay-Z's iconic album, The Blueprint, and even got signed to Rockefeller Records. But everything changed in 2002, when Kanye was almost killed in a horrific car accident. And in an insane twist of fate, it would take him from being a little-known producer and rapper to a worldwide musical legend.
Like, what happened between then? And like, got him to, like, come up like this, right?
On the morning of October 23rd, 2002, Kanye West woke up in a Los Angeles hospital with his jaw completely wired shut. After falling asleep at the wheel and crashing his car, he was left with a completely broken jaw. It was a tragic turn of events that could have easily destroyed his career as a musician in an instant. But that wouldn't happen to Kanye West. The entire ordeal actually inspired Kanye in a way he had never experienced before. Kanye's friend said, quote, he was like, I figured it out. I was like, what did you figure out? He said, I'm going to rap about this accident. I'm going to use a song and change the direction. I'm going conscious with my music, end quote. Just 2 weeks after his accident, he created a mixtape called Through the Wire, while his jaw was literally still wired shut. It would
Wait, what?
include one of his most
How? How does that happen? Like, how do you do that, bro?
famous songs to date. The music industry and the whole country were so impressed that he recorded his very first album in 2004, The College Dropout. Kanye described the album by saying, quote, all the album is saying is make your own decisions. Don't let society tell you this is what you have to do, end quote. It was a hit, landing at number 2 on the Billboard 200 albums chart almost immediately, and winning the 2004
That's
Grammy
wild.
for Best Rap Album of the Year. Suddenly, everyone knew the name Kanye West, the musical genius. From that point on, he didn't slow down. Every year, he released new music. making more money and becoming even more famous. His music brought something new to the table. Kanye West was achieving all his wildest dreams in the music industry and getting very rich doing it. But he wanted more than that. He wanted to break into new industries and explore his other passions, and that would be the decision that put him on the fast track to billionairedom. It's 2008. Kanye is at the top of his game. With his rap career in the bag, Kanye West had his eye on a new venture, fashion. So he partnered with Nike to create his own shoes, the Air Yeezys. When the shoes dropped, the public ate it up.
It sounds like a ripoff of Air Jordans to me. It's just what it sounds like to me.
They sold out almost immediately. Then in 2013, Kanye released the Air Yeezy 2 to the same global reaction, but he still wanted more. So not long after the launch of their second shoe, Kanye left Nike in a very public departure. Kanye said that Nike refused to pay him royalties for the sales of his own shoe, and instantly decided to take
I mean, that's not surprising. Companies do that all the goddamn time.
his wildly successful brand over to one of their biggest competitors, Adidas. Kanye West had already achieved more wealth and success than most of us could even dream of. But partnering with Adidas took it to another extreme. The Yeezy streetwear brand expanded into other fashion niches beyond shoes, like jackets, sweaters, and accessories. And the products were all extremely in demand. Retailers couldn't keep the shelves stocked with Yeezy items for more than a day before they sold out. Yeezy stood out from other brands on the market because it was exclusive and limited. Only a few hundred items in every style were produced, and once they were gone for good. After one Yeezy pop-up shop in 2016, Kanye said that he sold $1 million worth of clothes in just 2 days. And it was
Damn, bro.
just uphill from there. In 2020, after only a decade in the fashion industry, Kanye West became a billionaire. The top 0.0001%. He officially had it all. Money, fame, power, success. And that's when it all started coming apart at the seams.
Hit him like a fucking truck. Jeez.
For the first half of Kanye's epic career, most people regarded him as a musical and entrepreneurial genius. But most of all, he was very outspoken. Like in 2005, after Hurricane Katrina, when celebrities got together for a telethon to raise donation funds, when the cameras were finally put on him, Kanye had this to say.
George Bush doesn't care about black people.
Yeah, Kanye West had been making headlines for his weird...
I mean, he's not wrong, though. That's the crazy thing, is he's not wrong about that.
Weird statements and behavior pretty much since he first got famous. But most people just accepted this as part of Kanye's image. Lots of fans even appreciated his honesty and outrageousness at first. And then the MTV Music Video Awards happened in 2009, and things kinda took a turn. Taylor Swift won the award for Best Female Video and was just about to make her acceptance speech when Kanye famously stormed the stage.
I'm really happy for you. I'm gonna let you finish. But Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time.
That moment changed something for Kanye. It changed the way the public perceived him. Over the next few years, he got caught up in a lot of different scandals. From tweeting his support for Bill Cosby after
Oh, yikes, dude. That that did not age well.
allegations were made against him, to putting on disastrous fashion shows. He was no longer the lovable loose cannon who spoke his mind freely. Now, he was a bully. But even that...
I wonder what his dad thinks about his spiral into, like, fascist rhetoric, despite the fact that, Like, considering that his dad is was part of the Black Panthers and, like, anti-fascist, right?
Didn't hurt his career too much. Kanye West kept selling records and clothes, and kept making more money every year. Until 2018, when he decided to take it up a notch.
You hear about slavery for 400 years? For 400 years, that sounds like a choice.
What? I remember this.
I love this guy right here.
Kanye ended up saying things like slavery was a choice. He would make strange
Totally.
speeches whenever he was given a moment of airtime, like on SNL. And after making his new political stance very clear, Kanye decided he wanted to get into a third business that he'd never tried before: politics.
Uh-oh.
So in 2020, he announced that he would be running for president, and he was very serious. He didn't even come close to winning, but it was obvious that Kanye was going more over the top than he ever had before. And the more time that went by, the more questionable Kanye's behavior became, like harassing his ex-wife, Kim Kardashian, making veiled death threats against her new boyfriend.
That's
opening
wild.
a mysterious elite private school named after his late mother that was shut down soon after opening.
Bro, that sounds like cult shit, not gonna lie.
All of that led up to Kanye's latest stunts that cost him billions of dollars and all that fame he'd worked so hard for. Now the only question is, can Kanye West ever come back from the hole he's dug himself into?
Very unlikely.
Kanye West had an uncanny ability to bounce back from controversy. Year after year, he kept growing his wealth and influence, despite being the center of more scandals than most celebrities see in their lifetime. But this time seems different. Even before all his recent incidents, Kanye was slowly being cut out of the entertainment industry. He was disinvited from performing at the Grammy Awards in 2021. He withdrew from headlining the Coachella Festival in 2022, only a week before it began. Everyone is getting as far away from Kanye West as possible.
I don't blame them.
He's going, Kanye could go completely broke any day now. As The Guardian puts it, Kanye West is a toxic asset, and he knows it. That's why he showed up unannounced and uninvited to the Skechers headquarters after being dumped by Adidas. He was kicked out of the building by executives after trying to film the encounter. And Skechers made it very clear that they are not considering and have no intention of working with Kanye West ever. Kanye West was one of the most innovative music artists and brilliant entrepreneurs of our time. He built up an unbelievable career and a multi-billion-dollar fortune, only for it all to be obliterated in a matter of months. And right now, it looks like all that bad publicity is making a comeback next to impossible.
So what do you guys think of Kanye? I personally have always been rather indifferent towards his music. It was never my thing.
I mean, personally, I didn't really care until the fucking Nazi shit was popping off. Like, that's just me. So, and like, I didn't really think his fucking clothing brand was anything special anyways.
If you're new here, this is
Alright, I wanted to watch this because I came across this on the timeline, and I'm like, you know what? This is going to be interesting.
What do you do with me that you won't do in a scene?
Oh, you me. Yeah, I don't do that with anyone else. I eat all of
Whoa!
Damn, bro.
Brutally honest here. Who are you two and how do you know each other?
I am Kelly.
I'm Robbie Apples.
My name is Kate.
Nathan Bronson.
My name is Braylon Bailey.
Apollo Banks. What does your husband do for a living?
He's a porn star.
Is it safe to say you're both porn stars?
Yes, absolutely.
A porn star couple, is that rare?
A healthy porn star couple is rare.
Yeah, it's very rare. Like a healthy porn star couple, that's incredibly rare, because that just doesn't happen. And like, if it like porn star couples just don't last in general.
That's what I'd say.
Who's the porn star?
It's me. I know it doesn't look like it. She looks like the porn star.
Do people think that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I have big fake tits.
Ah.
And blonde hair.
Who wants to start? Ladies first.
Okay. What did you think when you first found out I was in porn?
You asked me before we were dating. She was just asking me as a friend if she should join. I didn't. I was like, okay, sure. I don't know. It would be cool to know a porn star, so do it.
You found some of my porn. That was how you first found me, right?
Yeah.
So first time you saw him, he was sleeping with someone else.
Yes.
And you're like, this is the one.
Yeah.
When I found out you did porn, I'm like, yeah.
That's funny.
Why did it make a lot of sense?
Because he's gorgeous.
Have you seen the rest of the porn performers? Gorgeous and male performer doesn't really have anything to do with each other.
True. Like most of the time, like that just doesn't happen. Like, cause you're not really seeing the dudes anyways, right?
Why is that?
Why? Because it don't matter if you're pretty. It just matters if you can keep your dick hard.
Who fell in love with who first? I think it was at the same time.
I feel like you were such a hoe before me, and then first.
I mean, we're still kind of hoes, but
different. But different.
I remember when you.
I mean, they
drugged
still
me, you
fuck,
told me that
right?
You love me.
Yeah.
It slipped out, and I was like, "What did you just say?" And you're like, "Nothing." You're like, "I didn't say anything." I'm like, "Did you just tell me you love me?" Like, no.
What's the hardest part of your job?
Just being tired, or I definitely got better at my boundaries and what I will and won't shoot. Before I was like, oh yes, sure, whatever. But now I'm like, it's emotionally, mentally not cool to do things that you don't want to do, I guess. Yeah.
No.
It's
For
a lot
sure.
more physically taxing, a lot more mentally taxing than I was ever prepared for. I can never be 100% whether my dick is going to work or not. It doesn't matter if you have.
You have no idea.
No idea. Because you don't always want to fuck these people. I don't care how much you think every girl that you want to fuck in this industry, you want to fuck them. Guess what?
I mean, yeah, they just see it as like work, right? So it's not surprising that that he feels that way.
Been a time I did not want to.
I think the hardest part of my job is just having to perform with someone who is closed off. It just feels like you're having sex with someone who doesn't completely want to have sex, but they want to make money. And it's like an icky feeling. Like, I'm like, why are you doing this?
What do your friends and family think of our relationship?
Honestly, they weren't too supportive to begin with. I think a lot
That's
of people
not
just kind of
surprising.
project their own insecurities.
I mean, that's not surprising. There's usually a lot of stigma around those who do sex work in general.
Security onto it, and they were like, yeah, I couldn't do that, and that's not a sustainable dynamic. They're all cool with it now. Prove them wrong.
My friends think you're fucking dope. My friends think you're super cool. My family, they love you too.
I mean, to be fair, bro, your friends probably like fucking jerk off to our work. Just saying.
Yeah, and your mom knows what we do, and
Yeah,
she's super
my mom's
supportive.
like about it.
She's
like,
awesome.
make sure you guys make your money.
Yeah.
Have people pay you the correct times, the correct
Good
amounts, be
mom.
on top of that.
What do your friends and family think of our relationship?
No, I want to drink.
They don't accept him.
Oh, are they very, very religious? I have a feeling that they're probably religious, right?
Some people do know, some others.
Is your family religious?
Yes.
Yep, there it is. That explains it.
Parents love me now.
Yeah, my parents do love you. They don't know that you do porn though.
They don't know what he does.
So I think so far they just think he's just a full-time stuntman. But my dad was like, he gets a lot of work for a stuntman. He's like, Kate, does he do anything else? I was like, oh no, he knows.
How does your family feel about your job?
You know, I think my mom saw it coming. I mean, when I told her that I was a stripper,
Yes, she did.
long before I got in porn, she was like, I knew something like this was gonna happen.
My sister definitely.
I mean, like, don't strippers tend to go into porn anyways because they're not making enough money at the strip clubs? Like, I could be wrong on that, but I have heard stories of that definitely happening for sure.
Knows, most of my family knows.
Do you think your dad knows?
I think so. My dad's called me on a handful of occasions. He's like, hey, where are you getting this kind of money from? I'm like, do you really want to know? My dad's a pastor.
No, he does not then.
He really wants to know about this stuff, and I give him the option to ask or not. So
Is a little bit of it kind of like a fuck you moment?
no. The whole reason I got into this, it's not.
How many people have you slept with?
I was waiting for this question. Maybe 100.
I mean, like, who cares about like how many people someone slept with? Like, who the fuck cares about body count, right? Like, it doesn't matter.
Around there.
I, on the other hand,
Because your personal life before.
Before I got into porn, I remember that roughly was around 100. But I've been in 7 years and I'm working with a different.
Damn, bro, roughly around 100, like pre-porn. That's crazy. That's a crazy number. My man was clapping cheeks like nobody's business before he got into porn.
Girl almost every day. So the number.
So 7 different girls a week. Maybe
sometimes
14 if you're doing like
I did
doubles.
that 7-girl reverse gangbang like the other day.
I know it's probably 400, 500, somewhere around there. How many people have you slept with?
Like 15? And I thought that was a lot.
Yeah, like generally speaking, like especially very fucking conservative people would be like, yeah, no, 15 is fucking slut numbers. And then like here, you know, this guy is with like 300, 400 body count. Like,
Oh, how many people have you had sex with?
A whopping 25.
I thought it was 16. You fucking slut! Oh my god!
What part of my job intimidates you? Ooh.
Um,
The whole thing.
Hey, I'm gonna take a shot.
You are?
Yeah.
Okay.
it's a very hard question.
It's not a hard one to answer, just there's always gonna be a little bit of jealousy. I'd say I'm more comfortable with it now.
Oh yeah, no, that is true. I've never considered that. Like, yeah, for sure. Like, you know, if your fucking guy or girl's getting like fucked by someone else, like, yeah, there definitely understandably can be a little bit of jealousy there, right? But, you know, I think as long as you have like good communication with each other, you know, it could be something that you guys can easily work through, right?
But I think it'll always be there for both of us.
What part of my job intimidates you?
The fact that you're able to fuck almost anybody. Like, if I'm gonna have sex with someone, I really need to know this person. I really need to be attracted to them, but he's just able to, yeah, whatever. Let's just fuck. What was her name again? Oh, yeah.
I know their names.
Does your job affect your sex
They're so
life?
cute
There are
together.
some times where I cannot be like.
You have to save your precious seed.
Sometimes because like he doesn't want to come because he has to keep his cum shot good for the next day, or I'm super sore and he has a big dick, so it's like if I have sex too many times with him, then I'll be sore for my scene.
Sex is great.
I mean, bigger isn't always better, fellas. Main thing you need to fucking focus on is like making sure she's fucking enjoying, right? Because like if you just like fucking even eat her out, like you're already seen as like better, because most dudes just like want to stick it in and just roll over and fall asleep after. Like the bar is set so incredibly low, like.
Great, but after a certain point, you need breaks because it gets a little tiring.
Do we have boundaries when it comes to my work?
Yes, change your bed sheets.
Yeah, bed sheets.
Please.
I mean, but like you should be changing your bed sheets every so often anyways, right? Like especially if like you're using it like for like a shoot.
I live in a place with one bed, and we usually shoot content on that too.
And I'm like, wait, has a
There
girl
it is.
slept in here? You're like, yeah, I'm like, change your sheets.
There's certain people that I don't necessarily want you to work with because I know how they are with women. I don't like that. I don't want them to.
And you don't want me
I mean,
to shoot
that's
with anyone that has a
understandable.
giant dick.
Yeah, no. It's just.
Is it because like it doesn't feel good? It hurts. So I'm wondering, like, do guys think that because a guy's a bigger dick, they're like
Maybe
better
it's
than
an
them or
ego
something?
thing as a guy. I don't know.
It's definitely like a fuck, what was it? it's definitely like an ego thing. Just like, oh, I have a big dick, so I'm better than everyone. And then they're like the fucking worst dudes when it comes to like in the bed. Like it 100% is an ego thing.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
What do you do with me that you won't do in a scene?
The thing I do with you that I don't do with anyone else is just have those intimate moments of closeness, which is more beautiful than what I actually get to have in a porn scene.
I mean, when we have sex, like I'm like giving you all, like every ounce of my love, you know, and I don't do that in my scenes.
What do you do with me?
This is very sex worker positive. It's honestly kind of cute to see them like this.
That you won't do in a scene.
Oh, you cream pie me. Yeah, I don't do that with anyone else.
My man is really happy about that.
I eat your ass. I'll let.
Whoa! Got brutally honest here.
Have you ever thought about leaving me?
Mm-hmm.
No, no. I don't even know why you're worried about saying that. That's fine.
I was a little panicked early on, wondering if this was something I could do.
I mean, yeah, like, you know, if someone's in sex in like the sex work industry, like doing porn or like OnlyFans or hell, even like even to a certain point illustrations and animations, it's very intimidating for sure.
Have you ever thought about leaving me?
Yeah.
I feel like we both.
I'm gonna take a shot.
Honestly, I think we both had the
What
conversation.
couples don't get in arguments?
Yeah.
Never, ever, ever, ever.
Aw.
Do you think about me when you're having sex with other people?
Sometimes, yes. There's been definitely a handful of times when I'm
Does it
in a
help?
scene and I'm just like this. Let's think about her eating my ass at the same time. There we go. That's the
Like if it's a really horrible scene, like I'm just like, fuck, there's no way. Like this is taking too long.
You think of me?
Sometimes I will, yeah.
Wow.
I have. Yeah. Like maybe I wasn't feeling the energy in the scene, and I was like, okay, just pretend. Okay, I'm having sex with Callie. Yes. Sunshine and rainbows.
What about that time I was on set with you and I was actually there watching?
Oh, that was super hot.
Yeah?
Super hot, yeah.
Okay.
There was one time she actually came to set and she watched 2 of her scenes. She was trying to
Normalize it.
normalize what I
Sure.
do.
It was good.
Like knowing she was there watching, you'd be able to look over her once in a while, she's like,
He kept glancing over at me every now and then. He's like,
If I wanted you to, would you
that's
leave
funny.
the industry for me?
I would never leave the industry.
It definitely feels like I've seen her. I don't know. Maybe I've seen like some of her content or something like that. She definitely seems familiar for sure.
Altogether, I would definitely start doing more OnlyFans, but it would have to be equal. That's what it'd have to be. It would have to us both be doing OnlyFans.
Okay.
I wouldn't just me leave and you still be in the industry. Never.
Okay. That's fair. Yeah.
would you leave the industry for me?
Would I quit for you in the long run? Yeah.
You would?
Aw.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
That's like huge. All right.
I hate these people anyway.
I don't know if it was like a transition, and I was on board with it. Sure.
This was never my goal job in the first place. I like doing it because I'm good at it, you know? If we're gonna have this life together, it's like you wanted that, I'd probably do it, yeah.
Oh, sweetheart. That's a big deal. Oh, thanks for the
They're so cute together.
Why do you think we stay together?
I think we're incredibly compatible. I think we build each other up, and we want the best out of each other.
I think we both create a safe space for each other to express our feelings and our emotions and ideas.
Well, of course, because we love each other, but we're honest. I'm very forgiving, and
Because you're very forgiving.
fuck
Jesus.
yeah.
That's why we stay together?
I feel like because I think about it and I'm like, is it really worth destroying a relationship over something so small?
Yeah, fair.
Like, it's more what you can go through and heal from and bond.
Why do you think we stay together?
I think we stay together because when it comes down to it, I'm something that you've needed.
Yeah.
Through the times, all your relationships never gave you the freedom or the love that I would. And I want you to feel like the woman who can do anything because you haven't had that in your relationships, and I want to make sure that you feel that in ours. I love you.
I love you so much.
You're so cute. Very sex work positive video, man. It's great. I think that's probably where I'm gonna call it for today. It was nice to have some fun and everything. Go over some of the stuff that had happened recently, and also recap the year to see what was popping off this year. So yeah, thanks to all that stopped by. I hope everyone has a great evening, and tomorrow we will be continuing Three Houses. Unfortunately, we didn't really get a chance to do so on Saturday. But yeah, I'll see everyone until then. Hope everyone has a great rest of your day.